May all beings be happy, may all beings be healthy, may all beings be free from harm, may all beings love life, may all beings awaken. Welcome to another Cuke Audio Phone Chat. I'm DC Poobah of Cuke Audio and Cuke Archives, coming to you from sleepy Sanur with Doggett Bandita, Feline Cuchita, and dear lovely Katrinka. I pray that you and yours are safe and comfortable, not suffering from economic hardship, and able to get out and do whatever you want within the confines of the universal precept of do as little harm as possible. Today's guest is Daya Goldschlag, who's a Zen teacher, a body worker par excellence, my first wife, and the mother of my oldest son, Kelly Bernard Chadwick. Kelly, my father, Bernard, Daya's father. The music that you heard coming into this podcast is a song I wrote for her, and there will be a few more snippets from songs coming up. And these songs, the recordings are, 72, 3, 4. I just recorded them, once to have a record of them on a little cheap office cassette. But I'm glad I've got them. And you can, it's not real easy to hear all the words and everything. If you want to look into it, just go to diffusermusic.com and go to the All Songs list or Welcome to the Archive, same thing. And there's a little over 1,100 entries there, so to find something, you have to, do a page search, like Control F on a PC and Command F on a Mac. Right, Diane, D-I-A-N-N-E-R. And the one song I'm going to put in at the end is called In Ta Sahara. And you can then go to, it has links to the words for them. Diane and I talked, Daya, she was Diane back then. I can't remember quite when she decided to be called Daya. Somewhere around 1980, I'd say. I live in Indonesia, and Daya in Indonesian means power. And I think that is quite appropriate interpretation of her name. Her Buddhist name, if I recall right, is Dayan. Great, not sure, can't remember. Great patience? Nah, that was Dainin, that's Kanagiri's name. Can't remember. But I remember when I lived in Japan, I'd take the train to teach at a culture center, and I'd pass the Dayan station. Daya and I talked 4 times, and I cut out about an hour of it, but there's quite a bit left. So, like an audio book, you don't have to listen to it all at once. I kept thinking of things and calling her back and saying, hey, what about this and that? And look, there's 2 things I wanted to mention that aren't in it. One is that she got into being a Zen teacher. You know, she was at Tassajara early on. She was a student of Shunryu Suzuki, right? But she got into being a Zen teacher later when she was living in Spokane. And Darlene Cohen, the late, great Darlene Cohen, was a very close friend of hers and got her into it. And, you know, they went to Tassajara at least once. And Daya would do body work on people. And they gave a lecture together in the Zendo. And at one point, they pulled out water guns and started shooting people. So in some ways, she's non-traditional. And the second thing I wanted to point out, maybe I'll just go I'll try to find a place for it to stick that in, or I'll put it in at the end. Listen, I think we'll just go right into the phone chat with Daya, after pause to meditate. So when you hear the bell, click pause if you wish, and meditate or whatever you want to do for as long as you wish. And then click unpause. And we'll hit a bell to end the meditation. And go right in to the phone chat with Daya after a little bit more of some song I wrote for her back then.
Hello.
Daya.
David. We just got home and I just heard your message.
Is this do you have a little time to talk?
Yeah, I do.
Is this a good phone, or do you want me to call on the other one?
No. That phone, both those lines are landlines. One is out in Tum Tum, this one, and the other one is in the house in Spokane.
Oh.
So this is good because this is where I am.
Do you have a cell phone?
We do have. Ted and I share a little old-fashioned flip cell phone that we mostly just use if we're traveling or something.
Wow.
I can give you that number, but we don't have it on very often.
Oh, well, wouldn't hurt for me to have it. I mean, I don't know when I'd want it, but all right.
You might. I'll email it to you.
Okay, that's good. That's best.
Yeah.
Well,
what's up?
I wanted to record you for a podcast.
Oh.
And look,
right now?
Yeah. Yeah. I wanted something to put up tonight, and I've been wanting to call you. And I talked a long time with Jack Elias today, but we want to keep going. And I've got 3 of them that are in progress because they're going on so long with Lou Richmond, Paul Disco, and Jack Elias. But
oh gosh.
And basically, I'd like to hear what you're doing now, and what's happening, and it's sort of neat,
Uh-huh.
A lot of people.
By the way, how is Jack Elias? I haven't talked to him in a very long time.
He is great.
Oh, good.
God, he's inspiring. I really enjoyed talking with him.
Oh.
Ed Brown too. Jack's hypnotherapist, and all we talked about was his work. We didn't get into the past at all. All we talked about was his work and how to apply it to stuff in your daily life and stuff like that. It was great.
Mm.
And yeah, and you were close with Jack. I was close with Jack.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. Anyway, well, how about tell me what are you up to these days? I mean, that both in terms of your Zindo, any work you're doing, how you all are dealing with the situation with the virus, and as in terms of your lifestyle or whatever.
Okay.
Anything.
Anything.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's see. We just had takeout dinner from an Ethiopian restaurant, which was very good. I'm so happy there's an Ethiopian restaurant in Spokane.
Yeah.
So tomorrow not tomorrow, Sunday, I'm having a half-day retreat out here.
Oh.
And there'll probably be 8 or 9 of us, and we'll be outside, and everyone will, because of the COVID-19 thing, everyone will just bring their own seats and cushions and their own bag lunch and water, and we'll sit from 9 to 12, and I'll give a little Dharma talk. I think I'm probably going to talk about the usefulness of precepts. And probably there'll be 8 or 9 of us, I think. And so I have a little group that has, been coming for years now, Friday mornings, and we sit sometimes we do 2 shorter sittings with Kinhin, sometimes we do 1 longer sitting, and every other week we do study afterwards, and everybody reads out loud, and we discuss. Right now we're reading Norman Fisher's book, and I can't remember its name. Something like If Everything Could Be Like It Is, or something. I can't remember.
I can throw that in.
Yeah, we have very good discussions. And it's a very devoted group. I love it. And so that's mostly, and let's see, I have a Tibetan Buddhist friend, and every month she comes over and we do a full moon ceremony. And now I'm studying with Tia.
Oh, goodness. That is terrific. Terrific. Oh.
But I have a very lay life. I mean, I'm married, and I have 2 homes, one in Spokane, which is, so my group meets now during COVID. We didn't meet for a while at all. Then when the weather changed, Spokane has 4 seasons and it gets very cold, but comes, I know, you don't even know what that is anymore.
No. We're in the cold part of the year, or we're just sort of coming out of it, where I actually have worn long sleeve shirts in the evening when we go to the beach where there's a wind.
That's great. We're trying to figure out what we're going to do come October, November. But right now we're sitting in my backyard in Spokane. And again, everybody brings their own seat, and we sit apart from each other, and it works fine. And everyone's really, really appreciative to be able to do that in actual physical presence of each other.
Yeah, I really understand that. And Elizabeth Sawyer's, she and Ken, their group are sitting together
outside.
with spacing outside.
Yeah, yeah.
Uh, I think that's great. I would think there could be a tent or not a tent, but just a covering on top. Uh,
Mhm.
and of course, in the Tibet they had snow melting sitting.
No, I'm not that advanced.
What's your schedule when you do a? Did you say you're doing a half day sitting?
Yeah, so we're going to sit from 9 to 12, and then we'll have lunch together and visit a little, and that's it. I mean, pretty simple. So
Uh-huh.
we'll sit, we'll do 35-minute periods and kinhin in between, and I'll give a little Dharma talk somewhere in there.
Uh-huh. 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 That's great. That's
It's
great.
going to be tomorrow. I think Sunday. It's supposed to be 90. So it'll be good for us to stop by noon or 1
Yeah.
before extreme heat. Yeah.
Is there shade?
I hope so. I'm not sure. Things change all the time because the sun is changing where it goes. Right?
Yeah.
Our light's changing. Like it's now we just had sundown, and the sky is just beginning to lose its light. Whereas, in June we're light till 10 at night, or 9:30, 10 at night.
Yeah.
But now it's different.
Yeah. The difference between the longest day of the year and the shortest day of the year here is 1 hour and 1 minute.
You're living in such a completely different climate than me.
Yeah. Singapore, the difference is 8 minutes.
Oh my gosh.
It's right by the equator.
Wow. I did go up to Alaska to Whitehorse.
I've been there. I've been in Whitehorse. It's amazing.
You have, huh? What were you doing there?
My family went to Alaska I don't know, I was about 8 years old or something. And I remember we took a train from Juneau, I think. We took a boat up there, I guess from
Right.
Seattle to Juneau, and then took a train. Oh,
Mm-hmm.
wow, it was something, through rugged terrain to
Right.
Whitehorse.
Yeah.
What's in Whitehorse?
Well, when Ted's dad died, he was, in his 80s, and he had been canoeing the, what do you call it, river? I just lost the name, the big river up there. God, this is terrible. Okay. Anyway, for maybe, 4, 5, 6 years, he'd canoe that river in the summer with some friends. It'd be away for a month and a half or something. And so he asked that when he died, his ashes be put in that river.
Oh.
So Ted and I went up with his ashes, and his daughter came with her kids. And this is neat. A good friend of his, this couple who he had gone to high school with, the husband of this couple, the man of the couple, went canoeing on this river, the Yukon River, with Ted's dad a number of times. And he got bone cancer and died about 4 months before Ted's dad. And so his wife decided she would come with us too and bring his ashes. So we all went up there and rented canoes and floated down the Yukon a ways, and Ted played harmonica, and we sang and chanted and threw their ashes in the river.
Wow.
It was really a great little ceremony.
Wow.
And we stayed at a sled dog, I don't know if it's called ranch, but a place where there are all these sled dogs, and they rented out little cabins there. So I got to meet all these sled dogs, And one morning I got up really early and went walking by, because, excuse me, up there, it's like light until 11 or 12 at night, and then light again. I mean, it never gets dark, and then it's completely light again at 3 or something. So I got up early to go walk, and this red fox came right up to me. And I finally said to it, "You shouldn't be coming so close to humans. It's not a safe thing for you to do." And he turned around and walked away.
That is interesting. I had a fox come up to me at Tassajara. And
oh, really?
yeah, the first practice period, the session at the end of it, I went out one day and stood at Grasshopper Flats and just looked straight at and I can't remember if that's where the sun sets. I can't even remember which side. Yeah, that's where the sun sets. And just stood there. You know how when you first get up there, there's like a tree in the center of the
right.
When I was standing right under that tree, just looking toward down, the very steep valley, looking down there, just standing there. And as I stood there, a fox came walking up, and then it came right at my feet. I mean, like 3 feet away from my feet, curled up and went to sleep.
What? Really?
Yeah. And I just stood there, and I don't know if it was sleeping, of course. No, it curled up and lay there. And then after a while, it got up and looked away. I told that story to Fred Nason, who was an Indian elder, an Esalen Indian elder there. He thought that was pretty significant.
Yeah, I wonder who that was, that fox.
Yeah, that's amazing. And that
is amazing.
And then you had that happen.
But my fox didn't curl up at my feet. He just looked at me for a while and then went off.
Well, that's, close enough. Good Lord.
Yeah.
Wow.
So anyway, let's see what else to tell you.
I can do something with that. You mentioned ashes. My mother's ashes are in storage.
They are? Where are they?
In Bandon, Oregon, where Katrinka's son lives. Oh,
yeah?
Yeah, and the storage was just moved from a storage unit to his garage because we said, hey, rather than pay them, why don't we just pay you? And he liked that idea.
Well, why isn't they with Susan or something? I have my mother's ashes in a beautiful urn.
Where?
That a potter friend I know made.
Ah.
That has her name on it and a Jewish star, and I should tell you the ceremony I did with it. I did a great ceremony with it when it arrived. Oh, well, this is a funny story. Okay, do you have... I know this isn't what you were calling to hear about.
No, this is what I was calling for. This is exactly what I was calling for. So tell me.
Well, so my mom died. She was in Florida. I was there with her. And we had her cremated, and that was all going to take some weeks, etc. And I came back to my home here in Spokane in Tum Tum. And so I was in the midst of doing a bodywork session at my office in Spokane, in my home, and the doorbell rings, which is a little unusual. But so I excused myself and went to the door, and it was the postman who I knew, and he said, I have a package for you. It's from Florida, I guess he said. And he said, is this a loved one? I said, yes, it's my mother. And so he handed that to me, and I went inside and put it down and thought, gosh, I mean, it seemed kind of a big deal, but I was in the middle of this session. So I went back and finished the session. The person left, And what I did was, well, I had it for a while until I got this urn made. And then one day I just opened the package and had the urn open, and I took a dipper and kept dipping out a spoon, a cupful or whatever of ashes and pouring it into the urn. And as I did that, I'd say, "This is Mimi, mother of me." The next one I'd say, "This is Mimi, daughter of so-and-so. This is Mimi, wife to. This is Mimi." And I just did all her different roles and friendships and different things she'd had in life until all the ashes were transferred to the urn.
Oh.
And then I put on, what do you call it, the Jewish music, whose name I'm losing words a lot these days.
Oh, yeah, me too. 1842. I know the Jewish music, but right now, klezmer music.
And so then I put on music and held the urn up and danced throughout the house with it.
Cool.
For her, and then put it on my altar. And so that was and I'd lit candles and incense, but just doing that dance and pouring the ashes, talking about her life as I did that. Yeah, it was a good little ceremony by myself.
Wow.
Anyway, I still have her ashes too on my altar in Spokane.
So Daya and I agreed that she and I and my sister would go to Tassajara to spread my mother's ashes on the other side of the Hogback, where so many people have, just beyond where Suzuki Roshi's, Katakiri Roshi's, Trungpa Rinpoche's, Trudy Dixon's are. Some of each of those persons. But we don't know exactly when. So we'll see. Of course we don't know exactly when. Anyway, it's a nice thought.
So in the rest of my life, I don't have a bodywork practice right now, which I really miss, but I can't figure out a way of doing my work safely.
Oh, that's something. I get massages.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
What do? Do you wear a mask? Yeah. And your practitioner wears a mask?
Yeah.
Huh.
What do you charge an hour?
85.
I pay. There's a massage place right across the street. I really like the woman, and she has both her. She has 3 kids living in the studio with her. Katrinka won't go there because of that. She just thinks, that's too much.
Yeah.
But I'll go. She's really good, and so for an hour, I pay her a little higher than normal, $7 for an hour.
That's great. Gosh. Well, it's a different lifestyle here. California, people doing what I do would be charging over $100, $125.
That's one definite reason why we live here. I cannot imagine. I can't live in America. I couldn't. What would I do?
So do you think you'll stay the rest of your life in Bali?
I have no plans to leave, and what always happens, something happens. Katrinka and I'll talk about it.
Right.
She has these 2 grandchildren in band, and she likes to, but she goes back every year. I don't. But our granddaughter with Clay came here last year for a month.
Right, I remember that.
Rita and
I haven't heard about them for a while. How
they're
are they
together
doing?
in Wisconsin right now.
Oh, Clay's there? Clay is in Wisconsin?
Yeah.
Oh.
But he's he's just there for a visit and then he'll go back. They're trying to figure out how to be together.
Okay, I'll tell you something else that's important in my life.
Yeah, go on.
softball.
I had it written down to ask you about it. How's that going?
Well, unfortunately, so I'm now a part of a co-ed senior league, but unfortunately, because of the pandemic, our league's games had to be all canceled. And I was supposed to go to 2 tournaments this year in Arizona and Utah, and they've both been canceled too. So, but I do have a batting teacher, a woman who is was a professional baseball player on men's teams. She pitched, and she's this tall Amazon of a woman, and she's a great teacher. And when I didn't know anything about softball. I'd never played before until I started playing it whenever I was 66 or 67 maybe. So I'd hit the ball, but I wouldn't get very far. You know, she now has me hitting into outfield. And
into what?
Into the outfield.
Good.
So
well, that's really interesting. That's really good. Wow.
I think it's good. Kelly said to me, Mom, at 74, that you are getting better at a sport is really good.
Wow. Wow.
And I thought, yeah, that is good.
That is terrific.
So I just did a lesson yesterday morning. And what I driving into town to it, I kept envisioning me at the bat at home base with a bat in my hand and what my body needed to do, all the things that she's told me. And she corrects the slightest little movement of my wrist and my shoulder, and I mean she's really good and very exacting. And so I just imagined it all, or you know, I'm not using the right word, but anyway, visualized it in my mind. And when I hadn't had a lesson in some weeks, and I did really well, and I'm sure it was because I visualized everything I needed to do before I got there.
That's really good. I remember Jim Richardson telling me once that watching tennis videos has been shown to help people improve their tennis game. Because the body picks up on stuff.
Right, it does. I find softball is an incredible practice. I mean, you're out there and you have to pay attention to so many things at one time, as well as your own body. And so you have to know who's getting up to bat, where they tend to bat, and how far. And if you're out in defense, you know, if you're out in the field. And the runners behind you, how fast can they get toward you if you get the ball and need to throw it to them? How far are you going to have to throw it? And, I mean, there's just so many details. And where do you want to throw the ball when you get it? You have to know before you get the ball. So to me, it's really helped me put my mind and body together and be alert and present and taking in many factors at the same time.
That's good. That's good.
And getting to trust my body that it will respond. You know, at first it didn't know what the hell it was doing, but it has a much better idea now.
That's well said. Well said. Well said. And really, I've never thought about that.
Yeah. Well, I didn't until I started playing.
Wow. You know who else do you know what old friend of yours? Now, I haven't been in touch with her in a few years, but within the last 5 years, she told me she was like really into baseball. I used Molly Jones.
Molly Jones is into baseball?
Softball. Yeah.
Well, you mean she's playing?
She was. I don't know about right now. I mean, she's in Hawaii. I don't know. And she'd love for you to come visit. She's asked us to come visit. I think she's on the Garden Island. What's that? Kalau? Oh no, wait a minute.
Hawaii.
The Garden Island is.
I think that's Kauai.
Kauai, that's it.
K-U-A-I. K-U-A-I.
That's it. That's where Inshura Mahal used to live after she and Taj broke up. Anyway, and it got hit real bad by a hurricane, I remember. Anyway, yeah, that's really interesting. Have you done anything with drumming or what's your musical life like?
My musical life. Well, I belong to the Spokane Community Chorus.
Oh no, you're kidding me. That's
No.
amazing.
I think that's amazing too. When I first went, I just was tired of not being able to sing. And there was this flyer I saw, this is probably, could be as much as 15 years ago, I don't know, that said, come and sing. So I called up the person, and I explained that I couldn't sing, that I was considered to be tone deaf by teachers, and she said, just come down. So I went down there, and she said, okay, sing this note. So I tried, and she said, no, you're flat. Okay, try this note. And I was flat again, and she said, I wonder if you can't sing. Okay, I'm going to sing a note. You sing below it, way below it, and come up to it. And I did it. And she said, you are going to be able to sing.
That's great. And I'd like to add something to your story. You really, really had a problem singing. And not only you, Kelly. You all are born with some problem. And you told me that when you were in music class, this is terrible. When you were in music class, as a little girl, the teacher was having the students sing. When she got to you, she went, you sang something, try something. She said, you sit in the back and listen.
She told me, don't you sing. Don't ever sing. That was a terrible thing. I don't think there is anything wrong with me. I think I didn't know how. But I could learn, which I now have learned.
Yeah, but look, Kelly, and I couldn't help but, your son would sing so off key on stuff. I couldn't imagine how I like dissonant music. I make dissonant. I've made a lot of dissonant music, but he would make dissonant music that was, he would hit notes that were like fingernails on a blackboard.
Well, he didn't have a good example in his mother.
That's really interesting.
Maybe we do have something. Maybe it's something genetic. Yeah.
He's done the same thing you've done, is he took up the violin. And the violin is an instrument where you need to be able to hear. It doesn't have frets. So when you have frets,
it's a very difficult instrument.
Yeah, it's very difficult. Yeah. When you have frets, if you have a problem, getting right on key, you've got the fret to help you. But a violin, that's one that really challenges you. And he's put a lot of time into that. Anyway, you're both to be praised for your overcoming your what appeared to be handicaps, but which weren't.
Well, maybe they were. The first year I was in chorus, we met once a week, and after chorus every Thursday evening I'd go home crying because I.
Well, so you stuck with it, though.
But now I sing out, and our chorus director says I'm on tune about. She sings at least 75% of the time, if not more. So I'm getting there. But anyway, we can't have chorus during the pandemic. I swim in lakes here. I really love swimming in lakes.
Oh, that's great. Are they cold?
No, they're chilly. Yeah.
So we talked about some other stuff, but that's the end of the first phone call.
Now Diane's got the prettiest feet of any girl in town, and I'll kiss them, and I'll love them, and I'll never rise above them, and I'll never put them down.
The number you are calling does not accept unidentified calls. If you are a solicitor, please hang up now. Otherwise, please enter the 10-digit telephone number you are calling from.
Hello?
Hi, Daya.
Hi, David.
Yeah, you've got a weird thing going. I call this number, and then this recording comes on.
What does it
It
say?
says that the number you've called does not accept unidentified callers. If you are a solicitor, hang up now. If not, enter your 10-digit telephone number. Well, I don't have a 10-digit telephone number. But what happens is I just start entering my phone number, and then it rings you after I've hit a few keystrokes.
That is weird.
It wouldn't matter what I hit. I could hit anything.
I don't know how this happened. It's not something I ordered. I don't know why it happens. I didn't used to, but I had to get this caller ID because the phone company, it was just part of their deal, and it was the only way I could go. I'd never had it before. And I wonder if it's because of the caller ID.
Well, anybody that calls you on that number is going to get that.
Well, nobody else has told me about this. I don't think that's happened to anybody else.
Well, maybe it's the way this Skype call is routed.
Oh, is this a Skype? Are you doing this on Skype?
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, maybe that's what it is. Huh.
Yeah, Skype calls. I have unlimited calls to the United States for about $30 a year.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
Good. Huh.
However, if I have to call Indonesia, it costs me, I don't know, about $5 an hour.
Oh. In Indonesia?
Yeah. Because Indonesia doesn't have cheap deals like America does.
Yeah.
So I try to talk to people in Indonesia on Messenger, Facebook Messenger, because that's free.
Huh.
And I can't use WhatsApp because you can't record WhatsApp.
Oh, I meant to ask you, were you recording me when we talked last time?
Well, of course.
Oh, I just never even thought about that.
It's for a podcast.
I know, but I was just talking to you. I didn't. And then David said, Ted said, is David recording you? And I said, oh, I don't know. But of course you were. So anyway, I'd sent you the thing about your mom's ashes, and just if it was something you wanted to, is fine. But it sounds like you're fine with it being in Oregon.
Well, I don't want to. Like I said, if I'm there, I'll drive them up to you. Oh,
to me, I thought you meant you drive them up to Tassajara.
No, that's down.
Well, from Oregon. Oh, you're right. Gosh, for a minute, I guess I thought I was in California. How funny. Right. Up to Washington and down to Tassajara. You're quite right.
Right.
But you haven't been here in years and years and years, and you probably won't be.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I might be there in 6 months. We don't know.
Who knows? Yep.
I don't have any plans to.
Yeah.
To me, it's just too expensive.
Right. It is expensive.
I can't afford to fly to America, and then how am I supposed to get around? I don't drive anymore. I haven't had to drive 7 years.
Wow.
And I don't want to. And America's so big, you have to go. I don't even like to get in cars and go places too much. We walk most places.
That's great.
And also, it's a big, dangerous place. Everybody has guns and are shooting each other, and people are yelling and screaming at each other.
So it's not quite like that all over.
Yeah, it just seems, the thought of going to America seems overwhelming.
Yeah, I can imagine.
And then I won't be able to work. One of the best things about being here to me is I can concentrate on work. It's a very simple life. America, everything's very complicated. And you got all these social obligations. You got to go places all the time.
You don't have any social obligations in Bali?
Not much.
Huh?
Not much. Katrinka does more, but most of them are involved with recovery stuff or Bali International Women's Association or yoga. Most my conversation that isn't with Katrinka is in Indonesian.
Huh?
With people I deal with here, our house cleaner or a driver or a woman at the shop down the street. We got a pretty good picture of what you're up to these days in Spokane, and that's pretty impressive. But how did you get into that Zen thing, huh?
You mean originally, like in the 60s, or do you mean here in Spokane?
Oh, start with there in Spokane.
Let's see. Well, I just was sitting on my own, a little bit at most days. I didn't think very much about Zen Center or Zendos or anything like that. And then I happened to run into this, Darlene started coming up and we would do half day or day, I guess, maybe day-long retreats, and I'd help her. And then we went and taught down at Tassajara, and she'd have me give talks and help co-lead workshops. And she really wanted me to give Dharma talks, which I was very uncomfortable with and anxious about. And then I guess at one of her sashins up here, Chris Harris came, and he's a very well-read Buddhist person, and he's given me most of his library, actually. And I asked him about sitting, and he wasn't really sitting, and he said it would be helpful if he had someone to sit with. And I thought Suzuki Roshi would want me to say yes and have him and sit with him. Mm-hmm. So I just said, I'll sit with you. Just how about if you come to my house at such and such time on Tuesday mornings, and we'll sit together each week. So we just started to do that. And then I don't know how Phoebe found out about it, but another woman, Phoebe, found out and asked if she could sit with us, and I said yes, of course. Being in Suzuki Roshi's lineage, I felt I had to say yes, and I had to offer it, even though I hadn't really thought about it or considered it. And that has to be at least 15 years ago, I'm guessing. and it just sort of grew. At first it was just Chris and I, and then the three of us, and then somebody else came, and now, 8 to 12 people come on Friday mornings to sit. And if I do a day sesshin or a half day, I don't know if those are called sesshins, retreat, sometimes there'll be up to 20, 25 people will come, though I haven't offered that since the whole pandemic thing. But my little Sangha, we just did a retreat out at Tum Tum last Sunday, and everybody just brought their own cushions and chairs, and we sat outside on a sort of little lawn area surrounded by trees, and it was really lovely, and people are very grateful to be able to sit together, to be able to be outside, feel safe, health-wise, and yet be together.
Yeah.
So that's all. That's how it happened. It wasn't something I was planning or had thought about. It just, when I was asked, I thought, well, Suzuki Roshi will want me to say yes, so I'll say yes.
Now, when Darlene said she wanted to come up there and do a sesshin, did she say that, or did you ask her?
Gosh, I don't remember.
Well, all right, that
I think she
matter.
just offered. She just suggested do that.
So it came out of your close relationship with Darlene.
Yeah, she was just coming up.
So well, wait a minute. If she came up and did a sesshin, you must have known somebody that wanted to sit with her.
Oh, that's true.
Who came to it?
Well, I think I did publicity, and I just put out, years ago, Ed Brown came up here, and I just did the promotion for it. He taught cooking a dinner class, a bread baking class, gave a reading from his most recent recipe book at the local bookstore, and did a sitting.
I remember that.
And that was quite a while back. So I guess, but I don't think I had a sitting group then, and I don't think I had it when Darlene started coming up to see me. So I just put out the word, and people know me and are interested, and had, Darlene's was a pretty interesting being. So I think I just promoted it, and it happened.
Yeah. Now, when you first went to Spokane, you've always been a body worker. You established your, I don't know what to call it, your body working practice up there, and you advertised for a workshop or something like that. Do you remember that? I think the first one you did.
In Spokane?
Yeah.
Well, I did a few, sort of how I got my name out. I would either do I did a demonstration for some women's groups, and then I taught a day workshop for couples or friends.
You know what I remember? I remember you saying your first one, like you went up there to a somewhat conservative community and advertised a body working workshop for lesbian couples.
Oh, I did? I don't remember that, but I could have. I certainly could have.
And you've also, your body work has tended to focus on somewhat, at least, on older people and pregnant women, or that's one of your specialties? People that need more tender care, right?
I have worked quite a bit with pregnant women, and I used to work with hospice in San Francisco. I helped them start their body work program, and would work on patients and family of patients.
Hey, why don't I'm going to get back into your Zen history, but why don't you tell about your massage history, how you got into that and how it developed in Milton Traeger and stuff?
Gosh, that's another long story. I did want to, I will. I wanted to say when I first came up here, though, you know, when I lived in Muir Beach, I was neighbors with Sam Keene. Do you know who?
Right.
Yeah.
Who do I know? I know Sam very well, of course.
And
Sam and Jan.
He had been to Spokane. A psychotherapist here in Spokane had invited him up to speak. And so when he heard that I was going to Spokane, he was like, why would you go to Spokane? But he said, if you go, look up my friend so-and-so. And so when I arrived, I did. And he then turned me on to a number of other people who were either therapists or had women's groups or, you know, and that's part of how I got a practice going here.
Very nice.
Yeah. And how I first got into body work, how did I first get into body work? Oh, I first learned massage from Ruthie Disco.
Is that right?
Yep.
Where?
In the Berkeley Zendo. She and Paul were taking care of the Berkeley Zendo while Mel was at Tassajara. When I first
that'd be
started.
Yeah, 1970.
No, 16, 8 or 9, I think.
Oh, he was there earlier.
I think so.
Oh, okay.
I might be wrong. I'm not great on dates.
Yeah. Well, he was there some earlier. I was just thinking about when he was Shuso.
I wonder if it was when he was Shuso.
He was Shuso in the spring of 1970 at Tatsugami's first practice.
Oh, no, I was already at Tassajara then.
You were at Tassajara there, too. Yeah, right.
No, this was earlier. And so Ruthie just, it was something I was interested in, I don't know, naturally. I had a little, I had my own yoga practice, and I was just into body, and she just started showing me how to do massage. And then when I went to Tassajara, I just would do that for people. And then I took some classes in shiatsu and but I wasn't licensed or had a full training, and I wasn't doing it at first as a profession. I was just doing it because I loved it and loved doing it for people. And then I got fired from the Zen Center, and I had to find work.
What do you mean?
Well, I'd been the buyer at Zen Center for a couple of years, I think. And
Oh, yeah, you're talking about later. Yeah, much later. Yeah.
I mean,
Now, you were into massage. No, you weren't. You're right. So you lost your buyer job.
Because of Terry, what's his name? Terry.
Carrie? I don't remember a Carrie.
Terry.
Harry?
T like Tom. Terry. I think that
Terry Gregg?
Terry Gregg was Tenzo in the city center, and he complained that I was not getting him the things he wanted, and I was giving other people more priority than him, and I mean, it was something very strange that wasn't so, and because of that, I was asked to leave. or not leave Zen Center, but leave working for Zen Center. And so,
well, heads will roll. We'll get to the bottom of this.
So I went out looking for a job, and I ended up working at the, what was it called? Oh, you'll know it. It's a sauna, a Finnish sauna.
Oh, yeah, the fantastic Finnish sauna on Market
Yes.
Street near Cape
What was it
Street.
called? Do you remember?
Oh no, but I loved it.
Finellas, right?
Finellas. Yeah, and listen, it was a great place to take a date. Really?
Well,
because
yeah.
you had your own private changing room, and remember there were these fantastic Finnish saunas and a changing room on each side. So while you were in the changing room, somebody else was using it, and then you'd go over there and have it, and then you could go back to the changing room, and yeah, I really liked that place.
See. I can see what you're about.
It was great, though. It was terrific.
Well, that's where I got my first job as a masseuse.
Is that right?
Yep. I went and the owner did I give the owner a massage? I think so. And he said, well, you're great, but you need to be licensed or something. And so I ended up going to massage school in Berkeley in order to legally be able to work at Finellas. But I was working at Finellas while I was going to the school.
Mm-hmm.
And at the school, I met one of the teachers had trained with Dr. Milton Traeger and showed us some Traeger work, and I really liked it. And then there was going to be a training at Esalen, a week-long training in his work. And I applied for a scholarship because I didn't have any money and got it and went down to Esalen for, I think it was 8 days, and learned the beginning of the Traeger work. And soon after that, I think I quit Finellas because I wanted to be able to do the Traeger work rather than Swedish massage.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess for a while I had an office on Sacramento Street, I think. I shared with the head of the Rolfing Institute.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then we moved out to Mill Valley or to Muir Beach, I guess, and I ended up having an office. Whose office was I using? Somebody's.
Well, you got that house, Nina's place.
Right. And I did some work there, but I also worked at an office in Mill Valley.
Yeah.
It was.
Yeah.
I can't remember whose office.
It wasn't Marcia.
It wasn't. I don't think it was Marcia's office. Might have been an acupuncturist or.
Diane?
Maybe.
Siegelman?
Maybe. I just can't remember. I remember that
Peggy.
Mayumi gave me a painting to put up there as a sort of celebration of my having office space.
That's nice. That's nice.
Anyway, there it is.
Yeah, I remember you'd worked for some period of time in the Tenderloin.
That was, yes, that was short-lived. I didn't realize what the Tenderloin was. And I did that. I'd been at Tassajara and then was in San Francisco, and I was wanting to earn at the Zen Center and wanting to earn money to go back to live at Tassajara. And I saw, I guess, a newspaper advertisement for a masseuse, and I didn't know what the Tenderloin was. So I went and applied. They accepted me. It was working at night, and it took me a while to get what the situation actually was.
Right.
I never did anything sexual there. I got known, they would, like if they thought, I guess they're not narcs, but, police, us undercover police were coming to check out the.
Yeah, no, they're not narcs. What are they? Yeah, undercover
Yeah.
police anyway.
So they'd have them.
Yeah, wasting the public's time and money on stupid stuff like that. Christ.
Yeah. I mean, it wasn't harmful stuff.
No, it's a public service. It shouldn't be illegal anywhere. But anyway, well,
anyway, they'd have
opinion.
that person come to me because all I did was actual massage.
Right.
Actually,
right. You told me they liked having you there.
Yeah, they liked having me there, and I would bring. The women there would dress short skirts and they'd drink scotch, and I'd come with my fat pants and a jar of marinated tofu to eat for dinner. I think
you did tell me. You told me at one point. A man got really angry with you, saying that, look, I came here for a happy ending. If you don't give them, I'm being cheated or something, and that made you. I think you told me that's why you quit.
Oh, I don't remember that.
You sympathized with him. Yeah.
I can imagine that would have been my response, but I don't.
Yeah.
I don't remember that.
Yeah.
So Okasan told Suzuki Roshi he should tell me to stop working there.
Is that how you quit there?
Well, he did ask to see me and suggested I not work there. But it might have.
How did she? You would have had to have told her. You must have told her what it was like there or something.
Yeah. I don't know how they knew. I don't know how Oksan knew, actually. Huh.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you one thing. Japanese tourists love to go to those places.
Oh, maybe some Japanese person told her.
So then well, wait a minute.
What?
Let's go back to Milton Traeger. Milton Traeger. Tell us about Milton Traeger.
Oh, he is a very interesting man. He was raised in Chicago, and Jewish guy. He was in vaudeville, and he was a postman. And then, how did he end up doing body work? He just started. Was it his father? I think it was his father had hurt his back or something. And Milton said, well, let me just try and do something on your back and see if it helps. And he just started doing stuff, and it helped his dad. And then he started doing it on other people. And at some point, he just decided this was important work, and he decided to go to medical school. I'm probably cutting this, making it a shorter thing than actually happened, but this is pretty much what I know.
No, we want every detail of his life.
Well, I can send you papers about it. There's a book about him, actually.
Oh, is that right? Is that right? Well, I will describe my experience of it because Katrinka and I use what I learned from you about it before Katrinka. Elin and I used it. Probably Liz and I used it. And the essential thing about Traeger to me is that it's gentle body work to me, I think of the fundamental thing as rocking the body gently. But that's because the only time we ever use it is if any of us have sciatica or a lower back problem.
Right.
We'll just lie down and the other person will just push on the hip gently. I've gotten massage people here to do it. Look, I'll say, look, here, do this, and just push on the hip on the side. and just get it rocking back and forth and back and forth and keep doing that. And we've all found it to be very effective, just doing that.
Yeah.
And you do much more. I mean, you work on the whole body, but it's very gentle body work.
It is gentle, and it goes very deeply.
You also, though, were trained in Swedish massage. You know a certain amount of shiatsu, even, right?
Yep, I do. And
so you're a fully educated massage therapist. One thing I remember is that Yvonne Rand and Bill Sterling, her husband, used to bring you down from and the silks. Were the silks in on that?
I don't think so.
Yeah, well, they'd bring you down from Spokane. They'd fly you down, and then they would just bring people in, and you'd be there at their little estate in Muir Beach, working on people all day.
Yeah.
And
for about a week.
It would be, it would be very profitable for you, and they'd love it. And do you remember what Bill called you?
No.
Hans Goldschlag.
That's right. I forgot about that. That's right, he did. Yep. He would get sessions
people
every
sang
day.
your praises all over, really.
What?
Really, you were. I said people sang your praises. I mean, you had a gift for it.
Yeah.
I'll tell you something that happened to me.
Yeah.
In keeping with a lifetime of foolishness, I would see how heavy things I could carry, at Tassajara and then in the city. So like when I was, and I'm older here, this is like 1987, when I was Tenso, head cook in the city, we were doing like dinners sometimes over at the Hodge House, which was catty corner from Zen Center and one building down, and then you got to go down the steps from Zen Center, over there, and then up the steps there, and then back into the kitchen. And I was carrying a load of dishes back to Zen Center that was probably 1.5 feet tall. I was carrying like 80 pounds or something. I don't know what it was. Much more than I should have. And as I came to the top of the steps at Zen Center, my back went out, and I managed to place them down without dropping them all. And that is the worst. My back has not gone out much in my life, but it has some. Not in recent years. I get a little something, occasionally, but not much. But I had to go to bed, and I couldn't get out of bed. I couldn't. I mean, I was peeing in a cup, and it was so painful. And but if I just lay there, it was all right. A chiropractor came and worked on me. I really liked. He had this little metal iron, little brass iron. We put the heat on it, like right in my sacroiliac, and I loved that. But nothing worked until you came, and you did your Traeger thing on me, and then you said, "Okay, it'll get worse. It'll be worse tomorrow," I think you said, "and then it'll go away." And that's exactly what happened. Or it'll be worse tonight, and then it'll go away tomorrow, or something like that.
It would be worse today, and then be good after that. Yeah.
Anyway, I appreciated that. Thank you very much.
Your mom liked me to work on her.
Oh boy, did she. Yvonne and Bill have both gone to the next Bardo.
Yes, I do know.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, part of it was reading your. How did I know? I guess Elizabeth let me know.
Yeah.
She and Ken went to Bill's memorial or funeral or whatever happened. Yeah. And I guess Yvonne had been living at Hillary's.
Yeah, Yvonne, let's see, Bill died December 1st.
Mm.
And Yvonne, had Alzheimer's or whatever.
Yeah.
And was too far gone to be by herself.
Mm.
So, and that was December 1st of last year. And so Hillary took her home to the city and had her for like 9 months.
Huh.
Or something, and she was in hospice care, and then she passed on.
She was a great matriarch of Zen Center.
Yeah, I called her the Zen Center's den mother.
I think she influenced a lot of people and made a lot of people feel welcome there.
Yeah, and she was very influential on how Zen Center developed too. She was like, she was like Richard Baker. They were people that spoke up and said what they thought and didn't anything that Suzuki Roshi said. A lot of people would just go, "Oh, Roshi said so and so." Well, if they didn't agree, they'd tell him and they'd argue with him. Let's go back to how you came to Zen Center, but even before then, how you got radicalized or whatever,
Radicalized. I'm not sure I know what that means.
Well, you became interested in peace, and against the war. So you were born like in 46?
46, yep.
In the Bronx in New York City.
Yep.
And you came from a very Jewish neighborhood where I have been, where there were what do you call them, meat restaurants and dairy restaurants. That really made an impression. And it was walking distance from the Bronx Zoo, which was great.
Yes, and the Bronx Botanical Gardens.
I missed
it. Was a real refuge for me as a teenager.
Oh, maybe we went there and I forgot it.
Yeah, we probably did.
Yeah, I don't remember everything at all. So why don't you bring us up from there? What I see is you're there, you're in, there's anti-war stuff, there's the Fellowship of Reconciliation, there's the going through the Mideast, there's being in Europe, the Mideast, Israel. I think
remember all this
really
about me.
Oh, yeah.
I'm impressed you can remember so much.
Yeah.
Well,
so I'm waiting to hear.
Well, let's see. I don't know exactly where you want me to start. The peace work happened after I came back from traveling, hitchhiking through the Middle East and Europe. And
Well, then tell us about traveling to the Middle East and Europe first. Because that influenced you.
Oh, yes, that was a very big influence. That kind of.
How old were you?
19.
Yeah, why'd you do it?
Because I didn't know what else to do. I mean, nothing else looked interesting. The only thing I knew to do was you either got married or you became a nurse or a teacher. Those were the only things I knew about. And I wasn't interested in any of them. Well, I did go to college for a year, to Hunter College. But when I graduated high school kind of early. I just turned 17 when I graduated high school.
Oh.
Because I skipped a grade, and something else happened too that made it early. But anyway, I skipped a grade.
Yeah.
And I think 7th, 8th, and 9th grade I did in 2 years instead of 3. So
Yeah.
I graduated kind of young from high school and went to Hunter College, and I just kind of got confused. You know, I don't think I really knew how to write papers, or I just got kind of lost, and there wasn't a good guidance counselor to guide me. And so I started leaving school and going to Central Park and climbing trees and just sitting in a tree for hours. And eventually, toward the end of the year, I just dropped out because it just didn't make sense to me somehow, a lot of what was being taught in the classes. And I just preferred being in Central Park. So then I had to get a job, and I worked in Manhattan doing clerical work. And at some point I got the idea, I worked for the Presbyterian Church, actually, on Riverside Drive. Yeah, I don't know how that happened. It just did. And it wasn't something I wanted to continue doing, and I didn't want to go back to college, and so I thought, I know, I'll go to a kibbutz for the summer. I knew about kibbutzim. I'd never been on an airplane. I'd never really traveled anywhere. You know, I'd lived a pretty sheltered life in this Jewish neighborhood. So I had made some friends where I worked. One was a very tall, black woman, young woman from, I can't remember if she was from South Carolina or North Carolina. I think South Carolina. We became friends, and she said, oh, you shouldn't just go to kibbutz, you should go to Europe. Also, if you're going to go over there, and I'll go with you. And I said, okay, great. So one day I just walked into a ticket agency, a travel agency, and bought a ticket for to land in London, an open ticket that I could then return, buy or get a return whenever I wanted to. You could get a round-trip ticket with an open return date then.
Yeah, it's good.
It was good. And she ended up not going, and I told my parents I was going, and they never said, I was still living at home, and they didn't know to say anything. They had no idea how to deal with this. And the day came, I got my passport, I got a piece of luggage and got some clothes, and they drove me to the airport. I'd never been on an airplane. I was quite naive and not very sophisticated at all, and got on this airplane, walked. It was at times when you walked onto the airfield, not through these, not how they are now. You walked out onto the airfield and climbed up the stairs into the airplane. And,
right.
And I remember just staying awake the whole time I was on the airplane, because we were flying into a sunrise, or a sunset, and I'd never seen one before.
No, you're flying into a sunrise.
Sunrise, yep. So I'd never seen a sunrise before. I mean, I'd never camped out. And I was just so excited, and it was so beautiful. I just stayed awake when we landed in Iceland, and then refueled, and then flew to London. And I got off the plane and made a few phone calls, and nothing I called had a vacancy. So I just put my stuff in a locker and curled up on a chair and went to sleep. And when I woke up, there were these 5 Irish guys sitting around by me and said, we've been wondering who you are. And so I told them, and they said, well, just come home with us. So I did. And that was the start of a 10-month adventure that led, I went through a lot of countries in Europe, and then ended up helping to drive a car for an Iranian couple from Munich to Tehran. And that's how I ended up going to the Middle East, helping to drive their cars over there. And
you know what I remember?
What?
You were in Germany.
Mm-hmm.
And you stayed with a family in their home.
Oh, yes.
Tell about that.
My mother wanted me to buy a particular kind of dishware that came from this town in southern Germany. I can't think of its name right now. And so I hitchhiked to this town and went to where this family who had a store where this particular plateware was sold, china was sold. And they ended up having me stay with them and work in the store, and they're a very nice family, except the man had been in the Nazi army. He was a what was it called? SS something.
He was in the SS. Well, how did you discover he was in the SS?
Well, they just told me, but one day, and their son, who would greet me every morning, would click his heels together and bow as a way of greeting me. And one day I went down into their basement to get a bicycle to go for a ride, and I noticed a plaque on a shelf that had a carved sculpture of Hitler, face of Hitler. And I wasn't so good at communication as I am now. I didn't know how to ask them about this. I didn't know what to say. The next day I just decided to leave. And they were very taken aback and hurt, they wanted to know why I was leaving, and I just couldn't talk about it. I just didn't know how to deal with it.
Yeah. I don't blame you. Gee.
But on my way back, after traveling for, I was traveled for about 10 months. And on my way back through the Middle East, I went through Germany and I met them and explained why I left. And I can't remember now. We talked pretty openly, but it was still really hard for me to accept. And I think we wrote to each other for a little while when I first went back to the States, but I just kind of let it drift away.
Yeah.
Excuse me. I don't know how much more I can talk this evening. There's a lot of talking for me.
Well, wait a minute. Well, let's finish this trip.
Okay.
Anyway. I remember you going across a desert, maybe in Syria?
No, I never went into Syria. I went through Iran, Kuwait, Iraq, and Jordan.
All right.
And Turkey before I went into Iran.
You went across the desert.
The Iraqian desert.
And the car broke down.
And the car broke down. Oh, I don't remember that. What I do remember about the Iraqian desert was, so I was traveling with a man named David Barwick. Do you remember David Barwick?
I remember you now that you mentioned it now. He was like your boyfriend.
Right. Then. We were lovers we traveled together. So I went from David Barwick to David Chadwick, which I think is quite funny. But
I know, I remember. I'd forgotten all about that. That is cool.
Anyway, he and I were traveling together, and we got a ride with, what are they called? What are sort of the desert gypsies called?
Bedouin?
Bedouin, right. We got a ride in a truck with some Bedouins, and at night, they just pulled over and built a little fire and cooked their meal. And when it was time to go to sleep, they wrapped David and I in big sheepskins and just laid us down in the back of the truck. And we slept the night like that under the stars in the Iraqian desert, wrapped in sheepskin. It was very neat.
Well, there was some point at which there was a breakdown, maybe on that vehicle, and what it was a leak. I think it was a leak.
Oh, right.
In the
No,
oil
it wasn't
pan.
that vehicle.
Uh-huh.
And they fixed it with egg yolk or egg white, right?
Oh, I can't remember. Oh, they fixed the leak with egg white?
Yes.
Wow. Wow.
Work.
I remember something. I didn't know what it was. I thought maybe it was gum. Oh, well, that's something. And another thing I remember is that you said Goldschlag was German, not Jewish.
Right. I said I was I think I call myself Presbyterian. But I was a Presbyterian German ancestry because I could have gotten into a lot of trouble if it had been found out I was Jewish in some of those countries.
Why? Really? I mean, they have Jewish people living in those countries. I mean, I can't understand it.
Oh, well, not in Iraq and Jordan.
Is that
there
right?
There are Jews in Iran, or there were Jews in Iran. They're probably not there anymore. What happened is David and I hitchhiked. I think this was in Jordan. Maybe we were still in Iraq with a guy, and I stupidly got into a discussion with him about, I think, Israelis and Palestinians, or no, I didn't know about Palestinians yet. Something about Jews and Israel and in Iraq or Jordan, and he just stopped his car and told us to get out in the middle of the desert. And I realized I had to be much more
bad idea. Oh, that's terrible. Listen, I don't talk about that stuff now.
I do not support the Israeli government at this point in its life. Just to let you know.
Yeah, well, as an American Jew, you're allowed to say that. I'm not allowed to say anything. Mike Phillips will kill me. So in Israel, all right, now here's a memory I have.
Okay.
Do you remember you were in this kibbutz that was on the Syrian border?
Yes.
And do you remember what happened there?
Oh, yeah, I sure do. You mean when I was shot at and...
That's right.
That would be hard to forget. I was working in the vineyards with a really wonderful man who was, I think, originally Russian, Jewish man who'd been in the, it's not called the undercover, it's called the, well, I don't know. Anyway, he worked undercover against the Nazis, and he was head of the vineyards, and I was working with him. He didn't speak any English, and I didn't speak Hebrew or Russian or German. And at some point while I was working, I saw these small deer leaping on top of this hill, and I wanted to go see them. So I just left what I was doing and went up this hill, and partway up, he started to yell at me. And I didn't quite understand what was, or I acted ignorant. I wanted to go see these deer. Anyway, I got to the top, and all of a sudden I felt something whiz by me, and he started yelling some more. And then another thing whizzed by me, and I realized these were bullets, and I was being shot at by the Syrians. So I just dropped to the ground and rolled down the hill. Unfortunately, because I caused this, I mean, it was really stupid of me. The kibbutz had to respond to the Syrians, and we ended up all having to go and be in bunkers for 3 days underground while they were.
Well, they should have told you. I mean, good Lord, you go into a place, you think a minimum orientation is where not to go so you won't get shot at.
One would think, no, nobody said anything ever about that.
Yeah, no, you're blameless.
Again, I was, naive and not, but it was also sort of stupid of me not to, anyway. I caused these 3 days of shooting back and forth between the kibbutz and Syria. They were not so pleased with me.
Monet, my friend Monet I told you about?
Yeah.
He was kicked out of 2 kibbutzes in Israel.
Oh, really? Why?
Well, you heard me talking about him.
Oh.
He's argumentative.
Yeah.
And I don't know, I think maybe he likes to have opinions that will upset the person he's talking to. Mike Phillips is that way.
Yep. Some people are like that.
Yeah. He got kicked out of 2 kibbutzes.
So when you say plural kibbutz, it's kibbutzim, just so you know.
Oh, I thought kibbutzim were the people.
No, I don't think so. I'm pretty sure kibbutzim means more than one kibbutz. I've never heard the people referred to as kibbutzim.
Oh.
What are they called? Okay, if you find out differently, let me know.
Kibbutzim?
Kibbutzim.
Plural?
I don't know how to spell it. I only know how to say it.
Because I had former occupants of kibbutzes working for me at Green Gulch.
Oh.
And they were the best. I loved them. What great workers they were, and how excellent they were in a community. And I think it's terrible that there aren't any kibbutzes anymore in Israel.
There aren't?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, I thought there's... Oh, I don't know. I just assumed they were still there.
Are there still any? All right, I'm going to look into that.
I'm going to look it up, too. Just recently, Ted and I went camping with his son and our daughter-in-law and granddaughter so we could be together. Being outside together was okay. We went to Mount Rainier, which was incredible. We did this fantastic 6-mile hike up 7,000 feet. So we're right up by glaciers and fields just full of wildflowers. And this is in August. So I think of wildflowers already gone for months, but these are like just filled with beautifully colored, all kinds of colors and shapes of wildflowers up against the glaciers. God, it was beautiful. Anyway, I sidetracked. While we were camping, someone camped a little ways from us, and I went over. They needed some information or something, and I went over to talk to them, and I couldn't figure out their accents. So I finally asked if they didn't mind if I wasn't being rude. I wondered where they were from because I couldn't figure out their accents. And it turns out they're originally French, but they've been living in Israel. They're Jewish, and they left Paris because of all the prejudice in Paris, in France, and have been living in Israel. So they have this Israeli-French accent, which is why I couldn't figure out what it was. Anyway, they asked where I'd been in Israel and they knew the kibbutz I'd been on, so that made me think it still existed.
Well, maybe so. Monet had told me they were all gone, but
maybe. I'll look it up too.
I
think I have to stop now. Okay, can we do another phone call in a little while?
Just tell me when to call you.
Okay.
Well, that's fun. Okay, well, I think we should be able to wrap it up with one more, but can think of two subjects for the future. One is your whole thing. I mean, you knew Thich Nhat Hanh and Jim Forrest and all that,
Mhm.
and that's how you got to Tassajara.
Yep.
And so want to get those two things in there.
Okay.
And great. Okay. Okay. Well, thanks a lot. Say hi to Ted for
I
me.
will. Just thinking about what my day tomorrow is. So I have my group coming over for Zazen, and then I go for a batting lesson.
Oh, wow, that's cool.
And then I'll go swim in a lake.
Oh, you go swimming in a lake. Zazen, batting, and lake.
Mhm.
That's cool.
Sounds like a pretty good day.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah,
So
great.
it'd be fun to do your day. I'm sure I would enjoy it very much.
Yeah. So, hey, great talking with you.
Have a good day tomorrow, and give Katrinka a hug from me.
Yeah, she just came back from yoga and a long walk on the beach with a friend and the friend's dogs.
That sounds great. That sounds wonderful.
Yeah, you ought to come here sometimes. You'd really enjoy it. This is a nice area where we live. But it's not like the travel articles and stuff, There's plenty irritating stuff here.
It's a huge ways to travel. I don't actually like being on airplanes very much.
I don't want to get on an airplane. I mean, I'll go to Singapore. I like going to Singapore, but and we at some. I mean, that would be. I'd love to go to Singapore for say 4 or 5 days. God, it's so neat. And we stay in Chinatown, and you can eat really cheap in Chinatown. It's a great walking town. We can go to Kuala Lumpur though, and stay near Chinatown. Stay in a super luxury 5-star hotel for like $50 a night or something. They said we can't. They won't even let us in now. You can't travel now. Can't travel now. But really, I don't want to spend the money to do any of that stuff. Okay. Take care. All right. Bye.
You too. All right. Bye.
And here's a little ditty I wrote for Daya while she was at Tassajara and I was in the city, and I sent her a recording of it. 1972.
My darling, darling, tonight I am crying for you. Deep in my thoughts, now your memory I've sought to produce. But oh, how the pain comes now and then. I can't help it if I just can't cut you loose. My darling, please, I stare at the trees but see you. Climbing the walls, my nails they are all bitten through. But oh, how the heart is so torn apart. I can't help it if I'm still in love with you. Gathering lots of flowers that grow wild this fall, taking lots of showers, but you don't come by at all. My darling Diane, tonight I am crying for you. Deep in my thoughts, how your memory I have sought to produce. But oh, how the pain it comes now and then. And oh, how the heart is so torn apart. Now I can't help it if I just can't cut you loose.
Are you there?
Oh, you're still there. Haha, it's funny.
I am.
God, we're talking on. So we're still connected.
I guess so.
Oh, now we're connected. Now we're connected. I don't know
We've
what.
been connected for decades, David.
That's right. We have for quite some time. All right. Yeah, that was weird. All right. But I have various technical problems. Ah, good. So when last we met, you had just come back from being in Europe, Israel, and the Mideast, and you were 19 years old, I believe. Is that right?
Yeah. Well, I might have turned 20 while I was traveling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so what happened? You came back, and what happened then?
I stayed at my parents' apartment, and they expected me to go out and get a job right away, and I couldn't figure out how to re-enter this whole cultural thing in the United States. I was really had changed, and so I packed my rucksack, and my parents went to work. I went out and hitchhiked to upstate New York and got a job at a dude ranch I know, and spent the summer at this dude ranch helping out the head cook, who was black, who was a Negro man, and all the people who were Negro who worked at the ranch lived in separate little cabins where I stayed in the main house, I assume because I was white, which I didn't grasp at that time how outrageous that was. I really liked this head cook, Big John. He was and on my off hours, I rode horses. I'd learned how to ride English saddle, but I was riding Western up there. And then they asked me to stay after the end of the summer, end of the tourist season, and help take care of their kids. And I just couldn't quite imagine doing it, so I left and went and lived with friends on the Lower East Side of Manhattan. And let's see, took acid and
How was
went
that?
to...
How was that?
What?
How was it?
Oh, how was it? Well, my first acid trip was incredible. It was fantastic. It happened because I went to the Peace-Eye bookstore with, you'd know all these people if I told, what's his name? Ed Saunders
Oh, yeah,
And
sure. It's under the Fugs.
yeah, the Fugs. So they had a place called the Peaside Bookstore on the Lower East Side, and I went there one night for reading, and they were passing out acid to everybody. And I thought, oh, I don't think I want to do this like this. But this one guy asked if he could walk me home. He had a bicycle, so he walked me home, and he was on acid, and I kind of helped him in his acid experience, playing music for him, and et cetera. And then he said, are you sure you don't want to take some? I have some really good Osley purple acid. I said, okay, I guess I should just try it. And I had the most amazing experience of feeling, of knowing timelessness, how the past, present, and future were all happening at the same time.
Mm.
And in some ways, I assume that led me towards Zen.
Mm.
And then and it was during Vietnam protests, and I ended up going to some protests and getting arrested in New York, and having to go in front of a judge. I didn't want to plead guilty, but he looked at me and said, please plead guilty. I can't send you to, there is some, that's also well known, it's some women's prison in Manhattan that's awful, I guess. And he just said, you can't go there. Just plead guilty this time. And so I did. But then...
Wait a minute. Was this the time you were arrested once where your parents discovered it by seeing your picture being arrested in the newspaper?
God, I can't believe the things you remember. Yes, that's right. In the New York Post. I ended up on the front page. And to me, what was most wonderful about this whole experience, which was scary, was that I was being carried by two policemen onto a bus. And one of the policemen said his back was hurting so much. And I said, well, I don't want to cause you to have a hurt back. I'll walk to the bus.
Oh, that's nice.
And because of that, he did not come to court and, speak against me.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's very nice of you.
Well, and him, yeah. Humanity came first before politics, and I wish that was still the case.
Well, it only has to be the case with you, really.
And then I was, arrested again in Washington, D.C.
Yeah, tell us about that. Tell us what set the stage. What was happening? Why'd you get arrested? What was it about?
This was when there were protests at the, was it the White House? No,
It was the circle around the Pentagon.
Around the Pentagon with the intent to lift it up with our intentions.
Levitate this. Everybody was holding hands all the way around the Pentagon, and the idea was they were going to levitate it.
That's right. It didn't happen for some reason. I'm so surprised. I can't understand why. But it didn't happen. But I got involved with a group of people who were doing nonviolent resistance. And
well, wait a minute. Before you go to them, when you got arrested on the Pentagon bust, you were one of the final holdouts in prison, and you refused to eat, and they force-fed you.
Yes, that was really awful.
Yeah.
Yeah, they tied me down and quite aggressively pushed a tube down my throat, and then gave me injections of things. It was really awful. I was also beaten up by the women guards because before they force-fed me, I was at a women's detention center, and I wouldn't change into prison clothes, and I wouldn't walk because I was doing this nonviolent resistance.
Yeah.
So the women guards beat me.
Wow.
One of them saying her son was in the war in Vietnam. And I said, in between crying, that's why I'm doing this, so your son doesn't have to be there. And one of the reasons I was taken from there, besides not eating and they wanting to force feed me, so they took me from there and put me in the men's federal jail hospital in D.C. At the women's detention center, at first we were mixed in with all the other prisoners there, and most of the women were there because of prostitution or robbery or whatever. And there'd be a break during the day where they put music on and they all danced as part of their recreation. And, you know, I love to dance. So I had a great time dancing with these women, and that made the guards really nervous that we would infiltrate these other prisoners and get them convinced about, you know, our political beliefs. So
Right.
They separated us. And then that's when I was taken off to the men's federal jail hospital to be force-fed.
Right.
And my dad came to see me there to try and convince me to plead guilty and come home. That was awful also. I didn't know he was there. They just said, you have a visitor, and took me to this place, you know, you're on one side of this plexiglass, and there's phones, and then your visitor is on the other side. And I was in hospital pajamas. I had tape marks all over my face from when they'd taped tubes to my face. I mean, I looked awful. And I had no idea who had come to see me. I assumed it had to do with a lawyer or something, and it was my father. And we just sobbed.
Oh.
And he had taken off of work and taken the train, I think, or bus up to get there and talk to me. And I said, I can't plead. And then I said something which I think now was an awful thing to say to him. But I said, if the Jews had protested, maybe what had happened to them wouldn't. I cannot plead guilty. I have to keep up my protest.
Well, it's all right to say that.
Well, maybe. I don't know. I mean, I think he was in a lot of pain about my being there, you know.
Yeah.
And I was too young to really understand that. I was kind of righteous about what I believed in, of course.
Yeah. And, you know, a little background on that. You came from a very, very Jewish neighborhood. And when you and I were there, I met people who were Auschwitz survivors who were living in the neighborhood or wherever survived, you know, one of the camps.
That's right. There were a lot of them. A lot of my neighbors had numbers tattooed on their arms.
Yeah.
I just thought that was sort of usual. I didn't notice any in Fort Worth.
That's funny. You know what that reminds me of is Elin was asked, you know, her father was an Apollo 9 astronaut. She was asked, what was it like having a father who was an astronaut, you know, one of the early ones? She said, I thought everybody's father was.
Right. I mean, as a child, you don't know anything else.
Well, and they were living among other astronauts, so everybody she knew was like that.
Had astronaut fathers. They didn't have astronaut mothers at that time, though.
Yeah. Hey, So, did you eventually get out of prison?
No, I'm still there.
Yeah.
Yes, I was only in for about 2 weeks, but it
2
seemed like
weeks. Wow.
eternity.
Yeah.
They couldn't, somehow the police or soldiers or something, they couldn't get them to come in and, I can't think of the word, speak against us.
Testify.
Testify, right, thanks. And so they had to let us go. So I was let go. I was a little bit, not crazy, like permanently crazy, but, I was traumatized by the experience. And
Yeah.
I was, where I spent my first night out before I went back to New York was in an art gallery. There was a bed in the back of this art gallery, and there was a dog that stayed in the art gallery at night. And that was such a relief and comfort to me that first night. I just felt, I'd seen a part of the world I hadn't known about, how people are in prison, what their life's like in prison. And to be in this art gallery, in this bed with this little dog, was like, I don't know, a great comfort while I was trying to return to the reality I had known, knowing now that there were such other realities. Yeah.
Well, did you have? Were you doing this with some organization? Or did you just see a flyer that this was happening, or what?
I don't know. I don't remember how I first got involved. I did end up with, I think I went by myself. Well, did I go by myself? I ended up with this group that was doing nonviolent resistance.
Mm-hmm.
But afterwards, a lot of them had been released, or they hadn't gone as far as I had, and pleaded something so they didn't have to go to jail. And so I didn't see any of them when it was over.
Mm-hmm.
When I was in jail, that's where I learned yoga. I can't think of her name now. There was a woman who was a yoga teacher and a writer. I used to know her name, and it might come back. And while we were in prison, she taught me yoga, which is what started me doing yoga.
Huh.
So that was helpful. But anyway, I just spent that one night in D.C. in this art gallery with this puppy, and then the next day was put on a bus and sent home.
Who put you on the bus?
People who were in charge, who had organized lawyers and...
Oh, I see.
I don't know.
See.
It was some organization, but I don't actually remember.
Well, what happened then?
What happened then? Gosh, you're taxing my memory. Let's see. I went home. I don't remember. I think that's when I went. Did I go and live? No, I went to live at the Fellowship of Reconciliation in Nyack, New York, on the Hudson.
Right.
I met a couple of women who were part of that organization, and I went to live there and help with, I think, cooking and baking bread and doing stuff like that. Do you have a dog?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
What kind of dog?
She's like a part Pomeranian. They call her Pom here. Small little dog. I call her Dogette. A Dogette.
Which reminds me, I wanted to tell you that this is out of the timeline context here, but when I used to go down to Yvonne and Bill's to do body work,
Yeah.
one of the times they had a little Rinpoche, a 4-year-old Rinpoche staying with them. Do you remember that?
Yeah. Yeah, he was a tulku. He wasn't a Rinpoche. He was a tulku, I think you'd say.
Oh. What's the difference between
A
a tulku and
tulku is a reincarnated Lama teacher or something. I mean, maybe he was a Rinpoche. Maybe they called him Rinpoche at that age. Yeah, I think he was with the Gyuto monks.
There was a monk who was living with them who had been his student before he had died and been reincarnated.
Right.
Though I don't remember the monk's name.
Right.
Anyway, what I wanted to tell you is that Bill used to call the little one Shrimpoche.
Oh, that's funny. That's funny. That's
really
funny.
like.
Yeah, you know what? Really disturbed Yvonne because, if he acted up, they'd threatened to. There was one point where there was more monks. They'd threatened to throw him in the fire, and then he'd get scared and cry. And Yvonne really didn't like that.
Oh God, that's terrible. I don't like that either.
No, well,
Oh, I wanted to tell you one story about him also. When I was staying at Yvonne's and he was there, one time he and I were looking at a picture book of Tibet. And, I was turning the pages and we'd look, and there was this page with 3 horsemen riding up a mountain.
Mm-hmm.
And little Rinpoche said, I have been there. And I said, no, you haven't. You were born in India. This is in Tibet. And 3 times he insisted, no matter what I said, he insisted he had been there.
What, you forgot he was a tulku?
I guess he was a tulku.
Tulku.
Spell it.
Tulku.
Tulku.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I'm saying you forgot he was a tulku.
Yeah. Oh, right. I forgot. And so I finally, after the 3rd time of him insisting that he'd been there, I realized that he probably had been there.
Pretty good. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
That's cool. Huh. So one thing about the Fellowship of Reconciliation is that it was a radical Catholic organization, as I recall.
Well, there were different fellowships. There was the Catholic Peace Fellowship and the Protestant Peace Fellowship, and there were different sects there.
What was Jim Forrest's? Wasn't he Catholic?
Yes, he was Catholic. And he and I became friends, and it was through him that I ended up at Tassajara. So he was the head of the Catholic Peace Fellowship there when I was there. And later, a year later or something, when I was out in California and kind of socially disoriented, or maybe going through a kind of spiritual crisis or something, I was having a hard time, in a way, understanding English or being able to speak English. It was like I think what's happening is that people often did not say what they really meant. And I was feeling or understanding what they actually meant, not what they were saying. So I became quite confused socially. And I went for a walk one night, and the next day I was working in a antique doll museum as part of the, what university? It was a Catholic university in L.A. that Sister Mary Carita was the art professor at. And I went for a walk, and there was a phone booth, and I just, without thinking, walked into the phone booth and dialed Jim. And he asked me how I was, and I tried to explain that I just was having this kind of crisis and was leaving for Mexico to hitchhike to Mexico the next day. And he said, "Do not do that. I want you to call this place Tassajara. I've just been there with Thich Nhat Hanh. Explain to them that you know me and Thich Nhat Hanh." I'd met Thich Nhat Hanh through Jim. And ask if you can be there for a while. Okay, go back to your home and do that. So I walked back to where I was staying, and I called Tassajara, and Peter Schneider happened to be in the office and picked up that, wind-up phone, and I sort of explained, and he said, "Well, have you had experience with Zazen? Do you know that?" And I said, "No, but, et cetera." And he just said, "Well, we have one student bed available. You'll have to get here by yourself, but you can come." And so the next morning, instead of hitchhiking to Mexico, I started hitchhiking up the coast from L.A. Took me a day and a half, I think, or 2 days to get to Tassajara. I slept the first night in Carmel, out in a pasture in Carmel Valley, and then the next day hitchhiked the rest of the way up and walked in. And you were the first person I met there.
Ah, that's right. I remember.
And you sent me to the baths. It was about to be lunchtime, and you said, "Go take a bath first, and then Niels will give you instruction on Zazen," which he did.
That was 1968.
Yeah, I think so. It was either 67 or 68. I think 68.
No, it was 68. And
Okay.
it was in the fall, wasn't it? Or it was in the late summer?
It was.
I don't know when it was. I don't know why I said the fall.
Yeah, I think it was late. I think it was the summer.
Yeah, or it was the summer. Sometime in the summer.
Yeah. Yeah, it wasn't a closed training period.
Do you remember an experience you had while you were hitchhiking there?
With the Indians who picked me up?
That's right.
I cannot believe, David, that you remember so much of my life. Ted is really good at this too. I don't have such a great memory. And he says that when I die, my life will pass before his eyes instead of mine.
That's great. So, you want to tell about that, or would you rather?
Not so much. Just, I mean, it was kind of rough. I got picked up by a truckload of Indians, and they took me back to their place, and then I got very close to being raped. And finally one of the Indians convinced the one who was holding me in to let me go.
Wasn't he an older one?
The person who was holding me was older.
Oh,
really?
The
person who convinced him to let me go, I think, was actually younger.
But good. Yeah.
This was so many years ago, I may not be remembering this right. So they just drove me back to the road, and I just started hitchhiking again.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's a close call.
With more caution, right.
All right, so, and there's another thing wasn't that you slept in like a vegetable fruit, no, in a fruit stand, or a produce stand, and like some police awakened you or something and told you?
Well, that was on my way hitchhiking to Tassajara that first time. I slept. I don't think I was in a fruit stand. I think maybe I was near one. I was in a field. And police woke me up during the night, holding lights in my eyes, wanting to know, who I was and what I was doing. And I guess they accepted my explanation. And
Left you there,
and left me there. Yeah.
huh? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. So, how was Tassajara?
Tassajara made me sane again.
Yeah.
After a week of being there, and you were there, I think one of the things that made me sane was that people bowed to each other when they passed each other, stopped and bowed. And you didn't have to say anything. You just acknowledged each other. And that was so, and also in the meals, you just bowed and you put up your hand when there was enough food in your bowl. There was no talking. It was just very simple, direct gestures. And it was like, okay, I understand again how to be in the world.
Mm. Incidentally, you didn't make an impression on me as being crazy or anything when you came, and maybe because you were quiet.
I wasn't crazy, like, I wouldn't call myself, I wasn't crazy, but I was going through some kind of spiritual communication, human confusion.
But you fit in really well and functioned really well right from the first. That's what I remember. So
I was very grateful to be there.
Yeah. So what happened?
And then when I left, I spent the next night at Joan Baez's place. Somehow that happened. I don't remember how that happened, but it did.
Yeah, she had a place in Carmel Valley.
Right, someone must have told me about it, or someone picked me up hiking or something. So I spent my first night after Tassajara there, and then I hitchhiked up to Berkeley. And at some point, you came up to Berkeley and took me to the Berkeley Zen Center, Nell's place. Yep. And after you showed me where it was, and we went for morning zazen, then I just started to go every morning.
Oh, yeah, I visited you right away up there as soon as I could. I remember. I forgot that I took you to the Berkeley Zendo, but I remember going up there to see you. Oh, that's neat.
Yeah.
That's neat.
Yeah, it was neat.
And then, so how did things progress from there?
So I think I was in Berkeley about 6 months. I went every morning to the Berkeley Zendo, and maybe every afternoon. I had a job at the university doing clerical work, and I was studying tablas at the Ali Akbar Khan School of Music. And after about 6 months, well, it must have been spring, I guess, I was accepted to go down to Tassajara.
Yeah. Well, you also, though, would be going into the city for Suzuki Roshi lectures. Mel would drive you, right?
Yep, that's when I first met Suzuki Roshi.
So how was that?
Well, at first I had a hard time understanding him.
So many people say that. I cannot tell you how many people say that.
But I learned to understand his accent and what he was, and how he spoke. I really looked forward to going to his lectures I think they were on Sunday. Is that right?
I can't remember. There was Saturday and there was Sunday. I think they might have changed from one to the other. So I don't really remember. I just remember there was a weekend lecture, and different people say different things, and it's one of those things. I'm giving up on some of these details, figuring it out. I don't care.
Yeah, it's not important whether it was Saturday or Sunday. It was important that it happened.
Yeah, but I sort of wonder sometimes, because, I get different stories and I remember the Saturday schedule to me was the big thing, not Sunday.
Okay.
And I remember him. The Sunday was the day for the Japanese congregation, but also,
Oh.
there were lectures upstairs and downstairs in the big room, and people remember downstairs in the big room. I remember more upstairs, so it probably depends on the year and how many people there were and different things. I don't. And
I
then
remember upstairs.
oh yeah, okay, that's good. You were upstairs, and did you all go to? I think it was Wednesday night lecture.
Gosh, in San Francisco,
Yeah.
I don't remember. I think we only went once a week. But
he'd give one Wednesday nights. But look, either him or Katagiri, it would depend if he was at Tassajara, and then on Thursdays he'd go to Los Altos. So all right. So
I do remember Katagiri coming to the Berkeley Zendo.
Yeah. And do you remember Suzuki coming to the Berkeley Zendo?
No.
He'd do it sometimes. I remember driving him there once. All right, so you applied to go back to Tassajara, and
so I went in, must have been April, I'm guessing.
Of 69?
I guess it must have been 69, yeah. And I worked in the kitchen with Ed Brown, who talk about crazy. He was very, very angry and controlling, and I was very shy and hadn't really hardly cooked before. And I remember one morning walking into the kitchen, the little kitchen, before they built.
Oh, right. I forget. Yeah. Right.
And there were knives in the wall with a paper saying, "Put knives away."
It sounds like him. Yeah.
And then another time, I was cooking some sauce or something, and he came up behind me and just said in this really tight, angry voice, "You're cooking the wrong sauce for those vegetables." And I just started shaking. It was really hard working. And I remember him and Alan Marlowe having, I think it was a fist fight or a flour fight. I think they started off throwing flour at each other.
Really?
Oh, God.
Are you sure? Ed and Alan Marlowe?
Was it Alan Marlowe? Maybe it was someone else.
Yeah,
Ed
I think it was someone else. Maybe Alan Winter.
That's who it was. It was Alan Winters.
See, Ed and Alan Winter were old friends. Alan Winter and Ed had both worked at Tassajara before.
Right.
Zen Center was there. And they'd been friends before that, I think. I need to nail that down. I remember Alan told me that he and Ed were in Canada camping out, and that they were having an argument, and Alan said, "Fuck you," and Ed said, "You said fuck you to me. There's nobody else around. There's just you and me. So it had to be me you said that to. I'm not going to speak to you anymore." And then Alan said they were there for like 2 weeks, and Ed wouldn't talk to him. In the woods in Canada with nobody else around.
Oh, God. So I got put out to pasture by the end of the summer. I was so, just shaken by trying to work with Ed that they put me out and took me out of the kitchen and put me in the garden.
Yeah.
He was, God, he was awful, really.
You know, and it's interesting because you and Ed were actually pretty close.
We did become friends. Yeah.
Yeah. And I always think of you know you and you were very very close with Meg, who he married. Um, and you know, I was running the dining room, right? And
Right, you
I
were.
was crazy, and Ed would
You
Ed
were.
never, you know, let's say like in 67, it was Bob Halpern and me the first before the first practice period. It was just the two of us running the dining thing, which is where the Zindo became. It was the Zindo then was the dining room.
Oh.
What became the dining room? Well, because they were working on all sorts of stuff, getting it ready for the first practice period, and then right before the first, as soon as that was over, the first guest season, which was just like 6 weeks before the first practice period, which started like on July 3rd or something. Bang, overnight, you know, all of a sudden, not overnight, you know, they had 10 days or something to get that that whole building ready to be a Zendo. And they were working up with lights at night, the night before the first practice period started.
Wow.
But my point really is that Bob and I were just manic and crazy. And Ed would be like, you know, having fits and getting mad at quiet, young, trembling women. And he
Like me.
never would say anything to us. It was like he never showed the slightest sign of of discomfort with us, and everybody else would be like quiet and trying to work hard, and we'd be running through like little tornadoes, and you know we were like, and never, and I was less so in the summer of '69, but I never had a problem with Ed. He and I just, and it was funny, uh, and also he was extremely generous with guests. Nothing. There was no. The, he had his limits with these little things with people. But if I came in to him after he had the kitchen was all cleaned up, everything, and said, you know, and this literally happened once that 12 guests just arrived and they're all hungry and it's like 9 at night.
Oh,
He just
gosh.
bang gets to work on it. All right, we can do it. Uh, he never hesitated if it had to do with serving people. But he was a little hard on the people that were under him getting things ready to serve. But he wasn't hard on us in the dining room. He wasn't hard on me anyway. Uh, yeah, that's very interesting. I don't remember that incidentally. Uh, huh. So go on. So
That's funny. So I was there through the summer and then the next two practice periods.
and you got very close with Margaret Crowley.
Right. And we our our friendship was such that we would do things like stay up half the night talking and visiting, and then we wouldn't get up for zazen. So at some point, I think at the end of that next summer, Dan Welch took me aside and told me that I had to leave.
They made you both leave.
He made us both leave because we weren't being responsible Zen students.
Well, they just wanted you to take a break. They didn't say you couldn't come back or anything.
No, they didn't say that. That's true.
Yeah, and they did the same thing to Bob Halpern and me, but it was presented as we just want you to take off for 3 months, and Well, and then I had to come back, or they said they'd kill me if I didn't come. Well, nobody said that, but I had to come back because uh, run the dining room in the summer. But they wanted the place to calm down a little for the praxis period. Yeah, you and Margaret were the female versions, and Bob and I were the male versions of.
Right, I think that's so.
Yeah.
Suzuki Roshi kept saying to Margaret and I, "You have to remember you're two people, not one.
Two fish, two fish.
Two fishes, not one."
Right. Right. Tell about your relationship with Suzuki Roshi.
No. Boy, that was wonderful. I loved him so. He was kind of like sort of like a grandfather to me. I mean, I don't know if he didn't take me seriously as a Zen student, or if he didn't know how to take young women seriously as Zen students, or this is just the way he was with me and thought that was the best way to be with me. He was very kind and gentle with me, and he'd do things like, say, invite Margaret and I in and give us candy and say, "I shouldn't be giving you candy. I should be giving you salt." And things like Margaret and I, it was at the end of a sesshin, and we were all in a picnic up creek somewhere. And Margaret and I left early and wandered down the creek and ended up taking our clothes off and swimming. Must have been, I think it was a sesshin that we used to have at the end of summer, which was full of flies and sweaty. And this was the picnic to end the sesshin. Anyway, so we were...
Yeah, well, that would be the picnic the day after sesshin ended.
Right, day after sesshin, right. And so we were swimming naked in the creek, and we found this rock that we both thought was a great rock, and we wanted to keep it for Suzuki Roshi. And all of a sudden I looked up, and I saw that everybody was coming back from the picnic, Suzuki Roshi in front. And I thought, oh, my God, we have to get dressed, Margaret. And we started, like, racing to put our clothes on, and things, like I'd end up putting something on upside down, or my pants on my head, I was so frantic to get dressed. And so I think we had clothes on by the time they arrived, but they had seen us, naked and trying to get dressed as they came along. And Suzuki Roshi just said, "Two fishes, remember, two fishes." And then we got the rock back it was a fairly big rock, but we were able to carry it into camp. And I went to Suzuki Roshi to ask him to come. Oh, we took it to the bath, to his room in the bath. Mm-hmm. And I went to the cabin to ask him to come see it. And Dan and Peter and maybe Silas were there, and they said, "He's getting ready to leave. He can't do this right now." And Suzuki Roshi said, "No, I'm going to go see it." I was Diane then, Mm-hmm. And so they were very upset, but he came with me to the baths to look at this rock, and he really liked the rock. So, and then I walked him.
I remember that. It's a beautiful stone. It's it's sort of squarish, right?
Kind of a long rectangle.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. So that was that was how I was with Suzuki Roshi and how he was with me, for me. I mean, it was very, like, sometimes I'd go to Dokusan and I wouldn't have a question, and I'd bring some silly drawing I'd make. And we looked at the drawing together and talked about it and laughed. And
You
another time,
bring him drawings of creatures, funny creatures with different
right,
numbers of legs and colors and wings and eyes and.
yep. You have a good memory. Yep. And he was just playful about it. I mean, that's so. Yeah, he was really like a Zen grandfather to me.
Yeah. Yeah, and Suzuki said that Daya was like a granddaughter to him too. He said Daya and Margaret were like his granddaughters, but there was more to all this than what meets the eye here. Because let's go back to that stone. Why did Suzuki go see that stone? Because they had a relationship with stones too, and Daya worked with him with stones and in his garden, and she was one of the people when he died who really understood his garden.
I went to visit him in the hospital when he'd had surgery, and nobody was supposed to visit him, but he had come to visit me when I was in the hospital. And so, remember when I had an emergency.
Well, tell about when he came to visit you when you were in the hospital. Of course, I remember.
Oh, gosh.
You almost
I was
died. You almost died. You had an ovarian cyst.
That's right.
And some people were saying you should go out and go to a doctor right away, and the other people were saying no, you should fast and
Take herbs.
stay here. Dr. Winter said, if you come any later, you would have died, and it actually broke when he was trying to remove it.
Yeah, right. They did in it, yeah.
And then he put you up in his house to recuperate, and there was no charge for any of it for the operation.
I know.
Yeah.
Gosh. And I felt bad. I did not go to his memorial or his funeral, which
I went there and spoke. Well, you were way up in Spokane, and it was down in Monterey,
Yeah. I sent you something, I think, to read there.
Oh, yeah, I did. I read something for you.
Good.
Yeah, that was good enough. Yeah. Yeah, he was great. What a wonderful guy. He was so generous. He's really was so helpful to all of us. He was our doctor. He was everybody's doctor for free, and he wouldn't even take if people had government money, like I don't know what sort of thing there was. He said, "No, I don't need that."
But he stayed for free at Tasahara, right? He was just could come and be there.
I guess so. Yeah. I guess
right.
so. I never worked in the office. I never thought about that. You would think so.
Yeah, no, he did, and of course he should have, because he took care of so many of us. Yeah.
Oh yeah, God, unbelievable. Yeah.
Well, when Suzuki Roshi came to see me in the hospital, he came with Okasan, and I was on, I hadn't eaten for weeks before the surgery happened because I was so ill. And then I was on painkillers. So what I remember is when he came into the room, this will sound a little odd, but I was an eagle flying on a mountain, up to a mountain. And when he walked in the room, I came down and then came back into my body. I mean, I think it was because of these pain medications that I was on and having not eaten, and so I was in some other, state of mind, an altered state of mind. But then I came back down to my bed, and he was there, and he said he would he'd pay me a dime if he could see my scar.
Mm.
So I showed him my scar. And Okasan, I remember, went away. She said, greeted me, but then she went to another part of the room and stood by a window and let Suzuki Roshi and me just be by ourselves. And I don't remember what else was said. They stayed for a little while and then they left. And then when he was ill and in the hospital, I felt like I should return the visit, you know. So I went there, and Okasan was very upset because Zen students were not supposed to come there. And he asked, and there was some Japanese people visiting, and he asked them all to leave, including Okasan, so that he and I could visit. And she was pretty angry at me about this, but...
Oh, yeah. Well, she's just being protective. She always did that. I mean, just ignore her. That's what he'd do.
Well, do you remember that Okasan didn't talk to me for a year and a half because I wouldn't hem your robes?
Oh, she didn't not talk to you for a year and a half. It wasn't that bad.
It was that bad.
Really?
Really.
Yeah, she did them. She did them. She took care of my robes. That was good enough.
Then she was fine with me because I was no longer a priest's wife.
Priest's wife, always working so hard. Priest's wife, sacrificing her life. Surely next life be born a man. Surely next life be born a man. Surely next life be born a man. Ah, priest's wife, doing what you can.
I mean, she had me work on her for years. I did body work on her for years and did tea with her. I mean, we went out to restaurants together, and
yeah, you were very, very close with her.
We were, but there was this period when she wouldn't talk to me because at that time you and I were married, and I was a priest's wife, and I was supposed to, repair your robes, and I just said, he can fix his own robes, and that was it.
Well, you were right. I don't. Like, Copancino wasn't married when he was a monk, but I would watch him fix his robes. You know what he would do?
What?
To watch his robes, they were sewn together. Their clothes, like the traditional ones or something, they don't rip like ours do because they're sewn together so that you can pull them apart,
Right.
And he would undo parts of his clothes and wash them separately and then sew them back together. I don't remember the extent of it, but I do remember that.
Huh.
So, tell about anything else? I don't want to tell you what to tell about. Let's see what you remember.
Remember better than I do.
Well, also, I've got an extensive interview with you on Cuke.com, so
That's right. So it's all on there.
Yeah.
You could just print that again.
Well, what I do with some people I've talked to is I just let them say what they remember, and then I might read a few things from their interview, and to add to it. Like one that I would add is the one about when you were working in the city in a cafeteria or something.
Oh.
You remember that?
I do remember that. And I would come home and cry each day because I was so unhappy working there and unhappy being in the city. I wanted to be back at Tassajara. And one day Suzuki Roshi called me over, I think, yes, he called me into his room and wanted to know how I was, and I told him, and he said, when you're cleaning the tables, talk to the tables. Tell them you've come over, you're going to clean them and make them look really good again. And he said, it'll help you to do this. So I did. So I started doing this. I think people thought I was crazy. I'm sure at the cafeteria, but it really did help. I'd go over and talk to the table and tell it, you've gotten all dirty, but I'm going to clean you up. You're going to feel so much better, and I'm going to take these dirty forks and spoons from you. And anyway, it helped. Though not too long after that, Suzuki Roshi called me in and said, would you rather go back to Tassajara, or would you rather wait here till Margaret comes back? Because she had gone to see her family and wherever she was from. I can't remember now. Oops, what was that?
I just got a message. Let me answer it.
Okay. Okay.
Because I can use voice and answer it real quick.
Okay.
How soon can we talk? I can talk anytime.
Are you talking?
No, not to you. I'm using voice recognition on my iPhone. That's for good. I'm glad. All right. That's Krishna. Young, super cool guy. Probably about 30 years old. Really good musician. And we're friends with the whole family. And very hip. Played great, really cool hip music. And I'm talking with him. Okay. How early can we talk? Because I want to get it ready to go up tomorrow later. All right, that's good. Oh yeah, very cool family, very musical family, and the mother is a nurse practitioner. She's sort of like Katrinka's doctor, but she performs all the time around here. Wait a minute, let me leave one more. Just tell me when, and I'll call you then. All right. So yeah, I do Life in Bali podcast once a week. That goes up on Thursdays. It gets some pretty far out people on it. He's half Indonesian, half Australian.
Oh.
And all right, so you were talking about talking to tables, and so I talk to inanimate objects. I relate to everything that way.
Yeah, actually, I still do. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I remember I was talking about it with somebody, or maybe in a podcast, and I've got a favorite spoon. I really like it better than the others, and but I feel a little bad sometimes, like that the others might feel bad because I have a favorite one. And so I apologize to them sometime. 10 a.m. All right, good. Yeah, Y-A. That's good. That's Indonesian. See, it's one letter less than yes. Okay. And sometimes I'll use the others when I'd rather use it, just so that they feel better.
Uh-huh.
Anyway, so
I understand. That would be something I would do too.
Yes.
Oh, so anyway, Margaret had gone off to visit her family in wherever she was from, Maryland. That's where it was, Maryland. And I was very sad without her there at Zen Center in the city, and so he said, well, would you rather go back to Tassajara now? It was actually, training period had already started.
Yeah.
He said, or do you want to stay here and wait till Margaret comes home? And I felt so sad. I just said, I want to go back to Tassajara. And so he called Silas, I think,
Mm-hmm.
and said he wanted me to come into the training period, even though it had already started. And
It had
so
only
I did.
It had only started a day or two or something before.
Well, they'd already finished. What's the 3 or 5
Tongario.
days? They'd already finished Tongario, so I had to sit a day of Tongario by myself.
Yeah. Yeah, well, it was a day of Tongario for those of us who had been through more.
Right.
But it would be like 5 days for people who it was their first one.
Right.
But do you remember what you said to Suzuki Roshi when he asked you why you wanted to go back to Tassajara?
No.
Well, I do.
What did I say?
All right, so you went to, here's the way I remember it. You went to a museum and you said, I want to go back to Tassajara. Or in your conversation, I want to go back. And he said, why do you want to go back? And you said, I've never seen the creek in winter.
Huh.
And he said, okay.
Huh. I don't remember that, but I can imagine that happened.
Oh, I love that. I love that. I'll never forget that.
He was always incredibly kind to me.
Yeah. So
maybe we should can we leave this for now? It's just hard for me to be on the phone for so long.
Now look, we've pretty much covered everything.
Oh, okay. Okay, great.
And I've got about 3 hours with you. It's going to be a really long podcast.
Yeah, that's a lot. Well, you'll edit it. You'll take things out probably.
Nah, not much. A little. I'll go over it, but look, I'll take out stuff like when I was talking to Krishna, you know.
Right. That should be taken out.
Yeah, there'll be some. So, like, if I add it all up and it's 3 hours and 20 minutes of stuff, it might come down to being 2 hours and 50 minutes. Yeah, there might be 30 minutes cut out. You're right. But then I add stuff. I add an introduction and a conclusion. But
right.
I don't think I'll need to go back and read more from this because that's really good. But wait a minute. Maybe we should conclude it by, like when I remember telling you that Suzuki Roshi had cancer on the steps to the dorm. And yeah, so how did his dying and death affect you?
Well, he's still inside me. He's been inside me my whole life. I mean, my whole life since I met him.
Mm-hmm.
He's been a very big influence in how I live my life, how I relate to objects, to people, to how I drink my tea, how I move a rock, why I'm still sitting zazen.
Mm-hmm.
I do remember when he died, I was in Sesshin at Tassajara, and it was, I think, the 4th day. And I think
That's right.
Katagiri was leading it.
Right.
And I was working in the kitchen, so I was on a different break than everybody. And the phone rang. And I don't remember who answered it, but...
Dan Welsh.
Oh, Dan. Okay. And then I saw Katagiri leave the Zendo and come to talk on the phone, and I knew that Suzuki Roshi had died. And I don't know how to say how sad I was. I mean, it was a great loss, but he's been an incredible gift the whole rest of my life. I think of him often, and I feel him in me often, and sometimes I'll talk to him, and often the responses I have come from sort of turning to look at him and thinking, oh yeah, this is how he'd want me to respond to this. I mean, it's funny to give it words. I haven't before, but his presence is very strong.
Yeah.
What about you? How do you feel him, or?
Oh, I work with stuff having to do with him every day. I post a lecture excerpt every day, and so mainly it's like my job. I talk to people about it and I post stuff, and I don't really think about it a lot. It's just stuff that goes through me. But having posted a lecture excerpt like 6 days a week for years, and worked with the material, I do it without. I just look. All right, what's the next sentence that makes sense? But I'm very impressed with it. I really like it, and I keep learning stuff from it, and realizing stuff from lectures that I heard, like, and appreciating them. And I'm still learning stuff. I love it. It's great.
Yeah.
And I'm like you. I've done other practices. I really like Advaita Vedanta, which they call it Advaita here, which is sort of like Zen Hinduism. And I spent time around the Ramana ashram, and I do Vipassana retreats here. But the type of meditation they have is just like Zazen. It's not. It's what's it called? Mahasi? I forget. Mahasi. Maybe it's Mahasi method, which is to focus on your abdomen, on your aura, and focus on your breath going in and out. It's not like, and just go rising, falling if you want to say something. It's not like traditional Vipassana. And that's the Vipassana that was taught by Bhante Giri, the founding, actually a local guy, a Balinese guy who founded the big Buddhist temple on the north where we have these retreats. And I've done a whole bunch of them. Wow, I don't know if I can do it again though. My God, they're hard. Anyway, yeah, it's just I've
it's interwoven to your everyday.
Right, but I don't really, to me, a teacher, it's just the whole thing. The teacher's pointing at the moon. Look at the moon. Don't look at the teacher. Don't look at the finger that's pointing. And so, to me, he's just like indicated stuff that's really good, but I don't focus on him really. It's just that he's kept pointing me toward whatever it is that we're doing with all this. And you went, of course, we got married, and we were together 8 years, 2.5 of it married, and then I lived with Liz. And do you know why I lived with Liz?
Because you loved her?
We were young and everything, and Dick Baker was the abbot, and I got the grocery store going for 6 months. It was a lot of work. He and I were arguing and stuff, and it had gotten to the point where it would level off. They didn't need me anymore, and we, had an argument, and it was sort of, I quit, you're fired, I quit, you're fired, I quit. And, the next day he wanted me to go back, but I wouldn't do it. But anyway, so I had the car, so we agreed I'd take the car and Kelly for a while, and you'd have some time off there. And also, we were splitting up, really, because you asked me where was I going. And I said, I thought I'd go down to Big Sur and see this woman down there, whose name I'm not going to mention, very nice woman. But you said, don't go down there. Go to Bolinas and see Liz. That's who you like.
Oh, I don't remember this, huh?
Yeah. I went, oh, yeah, that's right. So I went and listened. So that's 1976. And Liz and I lived together 9 years. And like you and I were together from the day we met. And Liz and I were together. Oh, and of course, I knew her pretty well. But I just went there and bang, that was it.
You asked me in a week, I can't remember, you were gone, I think, a week or perhaps 2 weeks, I'm not sure. And you said, you have to tell me if you want me to come back or not, because if not, I'm staying here with Liz, and you need to tell me now. And I said, I can't ask you to come back yet. And so you said,
far out. Another really far out thing is that we took some vacations together. We went after we'd broken up, we went to New York together.
We did? To New York?
Yeah, we went and stayed with your mother and did stuff. You took me up and then showed me your friends in Nyack, New York, and then later, you and I went to Texas.
I remember that, and to Disney World.
Yeah, we took Kelly and Micah Sawyer. And that was like
Oh, we
like a
didn't tell
few
your grandmother
weeks.
that we had broken up.
Oh,
We
yeah.
just let it be like we were still married and together. Well, we were still married, but that
Oh,
we're,
I don't. Really?
yeah.
Really? I didn't tell my grandmother we'd broken up?
No, you didn't. We agreed that we would just act as if that hadn't happened. He didn't need to know that.
Oh, well, that's nice of us. That's nice of us. Uh, huh. Yeah, that was great. Um, and then you got involved with Renee, who was a sort of quasi-Gurdjieffian teacher,
Right.
and went to Spokane when she went up there, and Margaret went, and Dick Baker's what is she?
Misty.
Is
Misty Brackett.
sister-in-law Misty Brackett? Is she a sister-in-law?
She was Virginia's niece or something.
Oh, okay. Uh-huh.
Something like
Uh-huh.
that. I
Yeah,
can't remember.
yeah. And Jeff went up, and you all had a little group there for a while, and uh,
No, Jeff didn't go up. Margaret and Jeff had broken up already. She went up with an Australian man named John.
oh yeah, oh, and John bought the house and
Yeah.
etc. Oh yeah, right. I remember that. I remember that. Oh, all right, all right.
And you
Uh,
asked, what's his name? The psychic that you used to see?
Fred Kimball.
Kimball. Right. Fred Kimball. You asked him what he thought of Kelly moving up there, Kelly and me moving up there. How did he see that or something? And he said he saw lots of trees and a good amount of money, and he thought it was a good move for Kelly.
Wow, I forgot that. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Fred was amazing. Fred was amazing. And Kelly got to know him too. Kelly got to spend time with him. He wished he'd spent more. Uh, yeah. Yeah. Well, Spokane has worked out well. Spokane is absolutely great. Uh,
It
and
is.
yeah. Uh, and yeah, I see a lot of Spokane because he sends me all this stuff about Marco Polo's.
Oh,
Marco
right,
Polo is
right.
really great.
Yeah, he says that too.
Yeah. All right. Well,
Okay.
listen, you had a fantastic life so far, and I look forward to seeing how the second half goes.
The second half, okay.
Yeah.
It had talking with you about all this has made me realize I've had quite an interesting, good life. Yep.
Yeah. Oh,
And so have you.
yeah. Yeah. You know, one thing I remember is that when you came back from, do you remember what you experienced when you came back, what you found when you came back from being in Europe and Israel and all that?
No.
Is that your mother had put your dog to sleep. And she had thrown out all your private writings and drawings and everything.
Right, she had.
That, you know, just pains me to think
I
of that.
can't even imagine doing that to somebody. She just had no sense of that. I mean, yeah. It was ignorance on her part, I think, or insensitivity. Anyway, yeah. Yep,
Yeah.
that was rough.
Did she do better as she got older?
No, I don't think so. She was not a very happy person.
Yeah. Your Aunt Rose was pretty cool.
Yes, I really loved my Aunt Rose. She was a good one. Ted came with me to Florida once to visit them both.
No.
And Rose
Really?
saw Ted and said, "You're an angel. I can tell. You're just a doll. You're just like a doll." And she was just so happy that I was together with this guy, Ted.
That is great. That is great. Yeah. You know what your mother did to me? Like, there's
What?
two things I've had a hard time forgiving your mother for. One is what I told you what she did to you. All right, so we arrive in New York, right? And I have all these contacts there. People to look up and you know, people to call. And I had it all on a piece of paper.
Oh no.
And there was a kitchen table, and we were all sitting at the kitchen table talking this and that. And I got up and went to the bathroom, and I came back and I went, "Oh, where's my piece of paper?" Looking around, and finally she said, "Oh, I threw it out." I said, "Well, where's the wastebasket?" She said, "Oh, I emptied the wastebasket."
Into the incinerator.
Into the incinerator.
Oh God. Oh David.
And she wouldn't let me use her telephone. I had to go down and use a payphone. I said, "Well, I charge the call. I can charge every call to a number. It won't cost you anything." She said, "No, it'll still cost me something." So, you know, I know that now, you know, that was just that particular incarnation, and now she's a being of light, and
I hope
going,
so.
she's, you know, experience, you know, that's the best she could do in that incarnation, and she's moved on to higher ground. And
she had a very hard childhood. You know, her mother brought her over from Italy. They had no money. They were hungry. Her mother got rid of their dog because she couldn't feed it. They wore hand-me-down clothes. They didn't. I think she was abused by some of the men that my grandmother was with. She's just had a really awful childhood, and so did Aunt Rose. And Aunt Rose just went in a really different direction than my mother. Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, my mother was generous in certain ways, for sure, but she was not a happy person, and it was hard to even have a good conversation with her.
I told Katrinka a story about your mother just yesterday. You know what I told her?
What?
Well, because we were watching, or it was the day before yesterday, we saw this movie, Cuties. It's very controversial. It's actually an excellent film. It's French. About preteen girls, you know, being there's too much, you know, like there's so much like sexualization of them, and them, you know what the ones that get into that, and there was like dance competition, anything. At one point, one of the girls, and she's like from some African. She's black. She's from her family's from an African country, like I forget, Senegal. She one point she starts bleeding, and her, you know, she bled on her, you know, from her vagina, and she has these pants, you know, or like blue jeans on, and it's all red there. And, you know, so her aunt is there, and she said, "Oh, don't worry about it. Here, you're a woman now, blah, blah, blah." You know, you remember your mother's experience?
Yes, I do. Her mother slapped her hard across the face.
Knocked her down on the floor. That's the way I remember. And that was the tradition. You might be the the first female for thousands of years that didn't get that, or who knows how old that tradition is, hundreds.
Yeah.
Uh,
No, and my mother was so careful about instructing me on, before I ever started menstruating, on what that was and what to use, and and she was very, very careful that I be educated and knowledgeable about it. So
yeah. See, there's a place where her compassion came out.
right,
Yeah.
coming from her own pain and transforming it into, yeah.
I remember just one other thing. Pardon me for going on about your mother. When when we first met, your mother and you and your mother and I I think like maybe we picked her up at the airport. I can't remember what exactly, and took her to Big Sur. And you know, I'm like paying for everything. A place to stay and this and that, and taking her out. And but I remember we were in Big Sur anyway. And at some point, I said to her, Mimi, Jewish mother-in-laws might have been treating Jewish son-in-laws like you're trying to relate to me now for 5,000 years, but you're not going to do it with me. And so that put us on better footing.
Oh gosh.
uh,
Well,
yeah.
I did a lot better than you did with my mother-in-law. I thought your mom was great.
Oh, my mother loved you. Oh my God, you and my mother were so close. And as we've talked about, we're going to go to Tot Sahara and spread her ashes.
Okay.
Uh, yeah.
Mentioned this to Susan. She had no idea that Adele's ashes were in Oregon.
Yeah, but she wouldn't even think about it.
No, she might want to have some. I don't. She didn't seem. I mean, she was somewhat interested. But
Oh,
anyway,
really?
yeah, you might
All right. Well, maybe,
talk to her about it.
I'm used to Susan. I mean, like I told you, that sort of thing just meant nothing to us. I'm going to tell you something about the cremation. They couldn't cremate her right away. It was a backlog or something. And, so she was in cold storage, and I didn't care. And, I'd been pretty busy for a few months, the last few months of her life, and like constantly with her, and which I'd enjoyed. I actually enjoyed the whole thing. It was inspiring. Uh, and and then, you know, but from that point that she died, and then getting things in order, and Susan coming out and you coming out and the funeral, and and um, then as soon as that was over and people had left, Katrinka and I took a 1 week vacation or something like that, and went somewhere I'd always wanted to go to, Southwest Texas, to Big Bend National Monument, and to Alpine and
Yeah.
Marfa. Oh, it was so great. We had the most wonderful time. Anyway, came back, Katrinka flew back, and there I am alone in Fort Worth and everything. But I go over to Dallas for the cremation, and she brings, you know, mother's body, what was once mother, in, and this was not an emotional event for me,
Mhm.
because I spent so much time with her. I mean, uh, there was no one point that was highly emotional. And I was raised on cosmic consciousness and reincarnation and everything. So really, I didn't experience anything as a tragedy or anything. And she was inspiring and the whole thing. But anyway, so, and the woman, this black woman who ran this funeral home, it was only her. I never related to anybody else. I loved her. She was so cool. And I said, huh? I said, look at her. She said, yeah. I mean, it was just her and me, right?
Mm-hmm.
I said, she's got color. I said, look, like her cheeks are sort of there's pink in them, and she said, yeah. I said, is that normal? She said, no. Mm-hmm. Well, I said, well, Mother, I hope you don't mind, but we're gonna put you in this oven now. but that was striking. Now,
did it make you hesitate to put her in the oven?
no. I think that that she was gone. Yeah, she'd really, she didn't eat for almost 2 months.
Oh.
At the end, and she didn't have any water for the last 8 or 9 days. It just was and they'd come in, and I was working with hospice, and the hospice I had to meet with the nurses there in the convalescent home, really nice place, and with the director of it to have hospice explain to them, no, this is good. She's got what you call failure to thrive, and the most pleasant way to go out is to stop eating and then to stop drinking, and you don't want to be giving them chicken soup.
Right.
Is what she said. So I had that, and then I had another meeting about her not taking any painkillers because they want to give her morphine for no reason. They just want to give her morphine all the time. I said, no. And so and Mother and I were not relating in a normal way. It was like being with somebody on an acid trip. Once she got into this, once she started doing that, our old relationship and personalities and all that was gone. It was like she was in a zone. But I went in there with the doctor, and I said, Mother, this is a doctor so-and-so, and he'd like to know if you want any morphine. And she went, no morphine!
Oh.
No morphine! So, anyway, but then, like I spent time with Ananda when he was dying, and he died after about 5 days with no water. Yeah, he's a pretty big guy. And she went so long, and it was just like, she was just like so smooth, and she really wasn't in that. People would come see her. Now, toward the very end, she wasn't speaking that much, but they would come. She would always say, people would come and say, Adele, how are you? And she'd say, fine. But if somebody, like, especially toward the end, if somebody hadn't seen her, was visiting her for the first time, it'd be too much. It was, I just see they just turned white with shock because she was just shrinking into nothing, and then the last day, this wonderful hospice woman, I loved her too. She comes in, and she looks at Mother. It was the last time I saw her. She looked at her and she said, it's always the little old ladies. that last like that and that go out so smooth. Anyway, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can just picture her right now, actually. And I can picture her saying, "Fine." How are you, Adele? Fine.
Yeah. And what she said to me, I mean, they'd try to feed her, and she'd go, "No, thank you." Or she'd try to take it, and she'd go, "Oh, no, I don't like it. I don't want it." They're always trying to feed her. They're always trying to give her water. I couldn't stop them, but she just wouldn't take it. What you do, you get these swabs, these sort of little, they're like giant Q-tips, and moisten the lips and the mouth, and then that helps. But she didn't complain. She never, except a few times she got cramps in her feet. Yeah, she complained about that, boy.
I wish I'd been there to work on them.
Yeah. Yeah. Huh. All right. Well, on this cheery note.
With you.
Yeah. Well, anyway, hey, it's been great going through all this. It's been really, really wonderful. Maybe someday we will meet again.
Maybe so. Maybe we'll take Adele's ashes up to Sahara together.
Yeah. Yeah. All right.
Okay.
Well, it's been fun talking with you. We have talked for about an hour and 40 minutes.
I know. That's a long time on the telephone.
Yeah. Yeah. All right.
It's been very good. Okay.
Okay. Well, say hi to Ted.
Give Katinka a hello from me.
Yeah. I will.
Okay, and I'll say hi to Ted.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Diane's gonna have a child. Someone is coming through. And wherever it goes, it'll be a child too. It'll be a child too.
You were very close with your father.
Mm-hmm.
And as I recall it, he worked in the gyroscope industry.
Sperry Gyroscope. Sperry Rand Gyroscope.
Sperry Rand was the company.
Yeah, he worked for Sperry Rand, and he was a tool maker. And he worked on he did work on the gyroscope.
And gyroscopes became obsolete.
And he became obsolete.
And so he became a taxi driver.
Right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. But
and
You were close with him, as I recall.
What?
Huh?
What?
You were close
What'd you
with him.
say? I was very close to him. He was a really fine person,
Yeah.
very kind, very helpful, a really good man. Yep, we played handball together and we walked the dogs together, and he would come home. He worked nights usually, and he'd come home at, I don't know, 2 in the morning or so, or 3, and I'd often wake up and he'd make me warm milk, and he'd have cereal and milk, and I'd sometimes read him poems I'd written, and he would tell me about who he had in his cab.
Oh, that's nice.
And then I'd go back to sleep. And one time, I had closed my finger in a car door, and it was really, really painful. And so in the middle of the night after he came home, he heated up a pin and pierced my nail, which let the pressure out.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
That was very helpful.
Yeah, I've done that.
Yeah.
I did it with a drill, with an electric drill. And blood shot out of my thumb for about 3 feet.
My gosh, it got all over everything.
Yeah, it was a thin stream. Now, I remember when your father died and you went there before he died you were with him while he died.
Mhm. Well, he was unconscious. I was living in California. Yep, and they telegraphed me, and I took a plane and got to the took a cab to the hospital, and he was already unconscious. But I felt like he was there. I could feel him there. I was just turning 21, I think, or I was 20 maybe. And so I talked to him and touched him, and then I just stayed in his room. I think it was for 3 days. And they tried to get me to leave, but I didn't want to. I didn't feel like it was right to leave him. And then my brother came with his little son, my nephew, who was only 4, who I hadn't seen in a while. And so I left the room and went down to see my nephew, who wasn't allowed in the room. And when I finished visiting and came back upstairs, he supposedly had died. I think they were waiting for me to leave so they could take all the equipment off of him and let him die. So I wasn't actually with him at the moment he died.
Well, he might have waited for you to leave to die. That's a very common thing.
Oh, that's true.
That's
yes,
very
that is
common. That the person with
possible.
them sort of is, in a sense, they're keeping them there, and then people will go out. I've heard that story a lot. But
Actually, I experienced that when I worked for a hospice. Yeah.
Well, do you remember anything else about being with him there after he had died?
Well, you mentioned in your email, so I stayed with my mom in her apartment for, I don't know, some days or a week after he died, and with my dog, Cindy. And
wait a minute, I thought your mother put your dog to sleep.
She didn't till later on.
Oh, all right.
She didn't put, oh yeah, that was a mistake on your part. She did not put her to sleep while I was in Europe.
Oh.
It wasn't till I was in California.
Oh.
And it then said that she did that. But the dog was quite old by then.
Oh.
And
yeah, well, that's not outside of the norm. Okay. Well,
no.
she gets higher marks then. We absolve her of
Oh, good.
but wait a minute. Let's go back to the hospital room with your father. here's what I remember you telling me. First, I remember you saying when you got there, there was a group of relatives sitting outside the room, and you didn't even say hello to them. You just walked straight in to your
Oh, that's very possible.
to your to be with your father. Just zoom,
Yeah.
and then
Yeah, that's very possible. That's what happened.
you
I kind of remember now, as you say that there were relatives,
yeah, and
I just couldn't talk. I just couldn't talk to them. Yeah.
and then after he died, you stayed with him because you could still feel him there.
Oh, I don't remember that either.
Well, let me tell you what you said. You said you stayed with him until at one point you could feel him go.
Huh.
And then you left.
Well, that's possible.
Yeah.
But I don't remember.
I remember that pretty clearly.
Okay.
Yeah, because that's impressive. And that's also an experience that people report. And you're very sensitive and totally makes sense to me. Now,
I remember, what was the name of the man who lived at Yvonne's for a while, who was
Harry Roberts.
Harry Roberts. So I worked on him quite a bit in the last few months of his life, and I went and sat with him the first day or evening, I think evening, that he died, and I felt him very strongly in the room. And then I went back 2 or 3 days later to sit with him, and he was totally not there.
Yeah.
And it was a very different feeling.
Yeah.
So I think I think that is a common, yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't remember that with my dad. I do remember what seemed like that he visited me, which you mentioned in your email. So I was asleep, and I woke up and felt something at my back. My back was to the room, and my dog sat up and was looking, and I got scared. And because I got scared, I think it was my father. That's my sense anyway. Hard to know if these things are real or not. And because I became afraid, he left, because he would never have wanted to scare me.
Yeah. I don't know if it was the same experience. You had an experience like that in which you said, go away.
I don't remember that. I had an experience. There was a time when I was living in San Francisco in this apartment, and something like ghosts came a few times and scared me. I mean, I'd sort of be awake the rest of the night. And one time it came. It was this kind of gray, brown, filmy thing. And finally I said to it, go away.
That's right.
In a very loud voice. And it never came again.
Yeah, that's what I'm remembering.
Yeah.
There's only one more thing I wanted to mention was your relationship with Penn. You and Kelly were both very close with Penn.
Yeah. We were.
And do you remember meeting with Fred Kimball, the psychic, you and Kelly and me?
Yes, I do.
What do you remember about that?
Well, I remember I asked him about Penn, and he said Penn was gone, didn't need to talk to me, or something like that.
Oh, but Penn had definite things to say.
Oh, really? I don't remember that.
Oh, yeah.
What do you remember?
Yeah, he said he said to you, he said you and I were very close and we had a special relationship.
Mm.
And that to Kelly, he said he really enjoyed playing with him. And then Fred stopped. Now, at the time, Kelly was about 13.
Mm-hmm.
And then Fred stopped and said, I don't know what he's talking about. I don't see any bats or balls or anything. And Fred didn't understand that that Kelly and Penn played verbally with each other. Also, to assure that he had contacted the right person, he started off saying, well, first he said, you know, they don't like being bothered like that. And I said, Fred, I visited Penn when he was dying, and I told him we were going to do this. He said, oh, okay, well, then it'll be no problem. And I remember I asked him, I said, hey, do you mind if we contact you after you're gone? Because he was like a skeleton, you know, dying of AIDS. And he was tired. He said, oh, I'm tired. I'm so ready to go. And I said, hey, do you mind if we contact you after you've gone? He said, do you really think that works? I said, yeah, I've done it. And it sure seems to. And he went, well, okay. Then he said, in seeing if they had the right person, he said, I see hats.
Oh, yeah.
So, what do you remember about Penn?
Yeah, he made hats.
And
Beautiful
he had a big
hats.
hat collection.
Yep.
And when he died, people were given hats. I was given one of his hats.
I was too. It was a purple hat. It was a great, like a felt hat. It was really, but it got eaten by moths somewhat at some point.
Yeah, those things happen. Yeah. You were going to say something you remembered?
Well, Kelly and I went to the crematorium, and I don't think Kelly was as old as 13. I think he was more like 8 or something.
Oh, maybe you're right. He was born in 73, and this was about 86. Wait a minute. Maybe it was 85. He was born in 73 in the fall. This was 85 in the spring. So he would have been 11.
Okay. I knew he wasn't 13 yet. Maybe 11. Anyway, we were both in the ceremony in the crematorium, you know, and Kelly carried, I can't remember what Kelly carried of pens, but he had something of pens as part of the circumambulating. And we helped put his body into the fire. We helped lift the board with his body to put it in the fire. And it really meant a lot to me that Kelly was able to be in such a ceremony. Because I knew how much he cared about Penn. Yeah.
I imagine I was there, but I don't remember it.
I'm not sure if you were there.
Yeah,
I actually don't remember you being there. But
maybe I wasn't. Maybe I wasn't. A lot of times I've tried to focus on being with people before they die rather than afterwards.
Yeah.
However, that brings something up. That I saw Penn literally on my way to the airport to go be with Elin in Taiwan. And coming back from the airport after being there for 2 weeks or 3 weeks or something, I stopped by and Penn had just died, and I sat with his body. And there were a group of people there sitting with him.
Mm-hmm.
And at one point...
I cleaned his body.
Pardon?
I cleaned his body and put herbs in all his orifices. Yvonne told me how to do this.
Oh, wow. Wow. You know, the tradition here is also to sit with people for 3 days, keep the bodies for 3 days. Muslims
I think
don't.
that's so important because I think it really does take a while for the being to leave the body.
Yeah. Muslims' trip is to bury the body as soon as you can. But I don't know exactly. You know, I just know in general that's it. And I was actually speaking with a Muslim woman last night about that, or somebody, I can't remember who. All right, so I was sitting with...
I wanted to ask you, Charlie, I can't think of his last name right now, the lawyer from Monterey. Okay. I just want to ask you one thing about Charlie because I'm going to forget. Did he die?
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, he died a few years ago.
I recently talked to Anna Beck, and somehow that came up, and she told me that he had died a few years ago, and I hadn't heard anything about it. Huh.
Yeah. Yeah, I've got stuff on Cuke.com about him and, you know, posted when he died and was in touch with the family.
Okay. What was his last name?
Page.
Page, of course, right. Thanks.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he was very, very good friend of Tassajara. And us. And us. And Dr. Winter. But not the Becks. They did not like him at all.
That was the sense I got from Anna.
Well, he'd been a lawyer representing a neighbor of theirs who lost their home. And Charlie had been the lawyer for the people that took the home away. So they really resented that. And then Charlie wrote an article on Tassajara. No, he wrote a review of Crooked Cucumber for the Monterey Peninsula Herald, in which he talked about how you know, I'd been involved with the Zen Center from the first there, and how we'd taken Tassajara, which had sort of fallen to ruin, and built it up and made it so great. Well, Bob Beck really resented that. And I sympathized with Bob because Bob and Anna Beck did a great job of keeping that place going with running it with as few as 6 or 8 people. You know?
Yeah. No, they did.
And shoot, and he had to be a math teacher out in Monterey. I mean, it was amazing what they did. So I was sitting with Penn, right? And then everybody left, and it was just me and Penn.
Oh.
And I said, "Hey, Penn, everybody's gone. So I think I'll watch a little TV. You don't mind, do you?" So he was in this bed, and there was like a partition half separating the kitchen from the room where the bed was. And I sat in a chair where I could see him and the TV. And I said, "Let's see what's on TV, Ben." I went, "Oh my God, man, it's a horror movie." I said, "You don't mind if I watch a horror movie, do you?" And so then I leaned over. I could open the refrigerator. I said, "Let's see what's in the refrigerator." I went, "There's beer." "Hey, Penn, you don't mind if I have a beer, do you?" So I closed the refrigerator and drank a beer, right? And then after a while, I could hear people coming back, and I put the beer bottle away and went back to my seat and was sitting when they came in. And so anyway, when we were talking,
Penn would be too good of a host to ever say no to you.
no, of course not. Also, he'd enjoy it because he wasn't a pious, strictly a pious person. He was a free spirit. Huh?
Yeah, very creative.
Yeah.
And playful, and sensitive, but
Yeah.
not pious or judgmental.
Yeah, Kelly and I visited him in L.A. when he was living down there. I remember.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Huh.
So anyway, so back to when we were with Fred. First, he told you that you all had a special relationship. Then he told Kelly that he enjoyed playing with him, and they, you know, he had more to say to you, but I can't remember what it was. And then he said, "David, I want you to tell people how much I appreciated them sitting with me when I was dying and after I died. That was very helpful. And, David, you had a beer."
Really?
Yeah, Fred said all that. He didn't know shit. He didn't know anything. He didn't know who Penn was. We didn't say anything. We just said, "Can you contact Penn?"
Right.
So that was pretty impressive. And I really remember him thanking and wanting me to thank people and saying how much it helped him that people were sitting with him. That really meant something to me. So, Daya, you can go back to your family life with Ted.
Well, Ted wanted to know if you wanted to know the story of when my mother met Suzuki Roshi.
Well, of course.
It was at the San Francisco Zen Center, and I told Suzuki Roshi she was coming to visit, and he wanted to meet her. So I brought her up to his room, assuming that we would both go in and sit and talk. And he opened the door and told her to come in, told her she didn't have to take her shoes off, and looked at me and said, "You come back in 20 minutes or so." And I was like, "What?"
Right.
So I went away. And my mother had been, concerned about my being at this place Zen Center and people there and who Suzuki Roshi was. And, she was pretty not trusting of all that and concerned for me.
Yeah.
And when I came to get her, she came out the door, and they'd obviously had a very good conversation or enjoyed each other. And after we left, my mother told me it was fine that I was at Zen Center. It was a good place.
Well, that's really good to hear. I don't ever remember you telling me that. That is great. That is great.
I was so startled when he told me to go away. It was like he knew what he had to do to get my mother to approve of my being there, and he was, I'm sure, totally charming.
That's great. He did that to Bob Halpern, too.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, and he said, Bob told me he sat outside the door, and that was at Tassajara, and just listened to his father and Suzuki rolling on the floor laughing. That was great. That was great. Well, hey, anything else you've been holding back on?
Oh, probably, but I'll have to think and email you or call you or something.
Yeah, I can I can add it. We've got a really good. Yeah, I mean, there's a ton we didn't include, like Kelly's almost dying, coming extremely close to dying. But
Extremely.
all that.
Yes.
Uh,
But that's another whole big, long
oh yeah,
story.
yeah, yeah. And oh yeah. Well, that we.
I mean, and there's lots of things we're not covering, I
Oh, of
think.
course.
But
My
there's
God.
just so much you can say, you know.
Yeah. Oh, Jesus. No. I think this is plenty. And
Ken, by the way, was a really good friend who I really enjoyed being with. We spent a lot of time together. We'd sleep together. I mean, not sexual at all, of course. You know, I mean, just as friends. We were just close, and we'd go dancing together and
yeah.
go pool, and yeah, just he was just a really good friend.
Yeah.
A dear friend.
Yeah.
And at some point he told me I had to face that he was dying, and that I hadn't really faced that yet, and he'd appreciate it if I would, you know, be with him in that, you know, be willing to face that with him. And so I really had to turn toward that.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow, sharp guy. Yeah.
Mhm. Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. And until we meet again.
Okay. I would say good night, but I think it's good morning where you are.
Yeah, what is it? It's 10:45 in the morning.
Okay. Well, good morning.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Take care. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
All right.
Bye.
On the way to love tonight, my battery's broke, but baby brought the light. On the way to love tonight. Honey, tell me how you feel, and where can I put this banana peel? Now who's that standing behind the curtain? Will it mind if I continue flirting? Dipping down the Dipsy trail, keep on your shirt or they'll throw us in jail. On the way to love tonight. On the way to love tonight.
So thank you, Daya Goldschlag. That was great. I really appreciate it. Oh, you know, there's one thing I forgot to mention. I want to mention now. You remember she studied with Milton Traeger, who created this method of gentle rocking therapy and body work that is so therapeutic. And I met Milton Traeger and his wife, and you know, I was talking to his wife, and I learned that she was related to the Three Stooges, who were actually brothers. And there was a stooge that wasn't, or some of them were brothers. Anyway, I think she said they were all brothers, except maybe not Shep. I'm not sure. But you know what she said? That Milton Traeger had Traegered the Three Stooges. I think that's an important historical fact that I was negligent in not bringing up at the time. Oh yes, and earlier she mentioned that they had studied this book by Norman Fisher, and she wasn't quite sure of the name, and I said I would check on it. And the name of the book is the world could be otherwise. So, well, we're going over 4 hours here. And thanks a lot. It's been great having you. And if you want to keep us going, we depend on your donations. And all you got to do to make a contribution is go to the homepage of cuke.com, and there will be a little donate button there, and you can send a check. You hit the donate button, you go to the donate page, or make a PayPal contribution, or become a PayPal subscriber for as little as $1 a month. It's easy to do, and we'd really appreciate it. So, until we meet again, I'm DC Pooba of Cuke Audio and Cuke Archives, coming to you from Sleepy Sanur with Doggett Bandita, Feline Cuchita, and dear lovely Katrinka. And we're wishing you, and yours, and all of us, a grand awakening.
Got no letter from my love, lives so far away. Now if she sent a message out, oh, what would my love say? Darling, creek so high, darling, leaves do fall. Darling, morning's dark and cold, sun behind the mountain hides away out, away out into Sahara. May she find her way. Got no phone calls across the hills coming to this bay. Now if she took the time to crank, oh, what would my love say? Darling, most birds left this winter. Darling, canyons deep asleep. Deadwood burning after dinner. You know it as well as me. Away out, away out into Sahara. May she find her way. No ESP from down below, no angels from above. Communicate what we don't need, all in our silent love. Darling, I go hiking, darling, let's go slow. Winter's to my liking, are you still my beau? Away out, away out may she find